Here we go. Bonus class 8. We are firing off strong. Can you believe it's already been 8 weeks? 8 weeks. Now, there's something unique about this season. The energy, the fire, the passion, the attendance rate, the activity on Facebook. This season has been phenomenal. What a journey it has been. First off, I want to congratulate each and every one of you for unlocking Class 8. You worked hard, you stayed up late, you pounded back those coffees, those green teas, role played for hours on end, but you made it. You made it. Now, I want to make sure you guys can hear me loud and clear. Drop a yes in the chat below. I want to see who's here with us in our class. I see Martin, I see Isaac, I see Grace. Perfect. I see Jenny, I see Riza, I see Terrence. Great to see everyone. Now I'm curious, where is everybody from? Let's do a quick around the world. Let's see where everyone is from in our global family here. India, Chicago, Utah, Montreal, Singapore, Holland, Canada, beautiful Miami. Amazing. Now, for those of you who don't know, quick reminder, my name is Vikas Kapil, Community Manager for Team Danlog, here with you for our Class 8 kickoff. And we're ready to take it to the next level. Now, how many of you have been role-playing every single day? I'm curious. I want to see who role-played every single day for 8 weeks. I see Jenny has. Neil, Bo, amazing. As you can see, those names have been in Discord non-stop and have been putting in the effort to close and reach the next level. Amazing work. Amazing work. Now, we're also joined by one of our legends, Desmond Soon. Now, Desmond, are you with us here?
I definitely am. Congratulations. All of you have graduated, and this is the bonus class number 8. Now, Vikas, I think it was pretty close. We saw some weeks where people came in really hot and attendance was really good. And then there were a couple of weeks where it kind of valleyed out a bit. It went down and members were, getting a little bit complacent. Maybe I'll just catch the recording. On the other hand, we saw you pull together, and by the end of 7 weeks, well done, you're able to unlock class number 8. So graduation already happened. Many of you have already taken action. How many of you actually seen in the group your brothers and sisters already taking action and getting results? I think we've covered that, right? The question is, what are you going to do? Was that the end? Are you off to bouncing onto some shiny ball syndrome? Are you going to be one of those people that always invest in something? Maybe it's this for 7 weeks, and then a month later, you're off into doing something else, crypto, or maybe an MLM, or maybe some new e-commerce thing. Maybe you came into this and you thought, oh, I can't do it, and lower self gets the better of you. This is the most dangerous time right now. It's when you're at the very end here. See, for 7 weeks, you had routine, you had a structure. Whether you showed up to class or not live, you knew that there was a plan in place. The most dangerous thing that happens now is now you're free to do whatever. Now it comes down to discipline. Now it comes down to whether you've put systems in place, whether or not you've actually slapped lower self across the face. How many of you have actually had to slap yourself across the face when you catch yourself going through lower self moments? Hey, if you could see me right now, you would see my hand raised right now. All of us go through it. It is very, very normal. Let me ask you, what is the one thing when you can't depend on yourself, even the most disciplined, when you can't depend on yourself, what is one way that you can actually help to keep yourself accountable? Structure, environment, jump on Discord, HTC family, accountability partners. So let me ask you a question. How many of you have ever tried going to a gym to maybe say lose weight? And how many of you actually stayed true with it? And you said, I'm gonna go to the gym, I'm gonna put on my shoes, I'm gonna go down there, I'm gonna do the fitness machine, I'm gonna do the HIIT, not HTC, HIIT, and I'm gonna do that HIIT training for 18 minutes, 14 minutes. And you do it the first week, the second week, maybe even 7 weeks. Do you stay consistent if you keep going there by yourself? Versus if you had a group of friends or perhaps a partner and you actually went there. Do you see how big the difference is? How accountability is so important. So my encouragement to you is this. if there's anything you get out of tonight's class, if there's anything that you get out of all the 7 weeks you've been through and now the 8th week, look to create systems, put structures in place so that your previous 7 weeks don't go to waste. That you actually get an ROI. You owe it to yourself. You owe it to the people around you. You owe it to your family. Get an ROI. But it gets even better. In tonight's class, this is going to be a class that Sifu Danlock's going to be revealing to you what he's never revealed before. I can tell you though, in class 8, it's not always about a bed of roses. Can you agree with me? Sometimes hearing the things we don't want to hear, but we need to hear, is absolutely critical. If this is going to be your last chance, let's just assume that, right? For many of you, it's going to be an ongoing journey, and that's great. But for some of you, you're not going to have that safety net anymore. So would you agree with me that playing all out, being fully immersed, turning off all distractions tonight is absolutely critical for you? Yes? Say yes in the chat. So we've agreed on that. We've done that before. Would it also be okay that if Sifu was to come on and give you some hard love, do you think he's doing it to belittle you, or do you think he's doing it to give you that one last push, that push off the cliff to help you spread your wings and fly so that you don't go crashing into the rocks below? Absolutely. So with that, get on your feet, HTC members. Do it with absolute safety. If you're driving, give us your loudest roar, shout, break down the walls, scare the neighbors, get the dogs barking, make the babies wake up, and bring to the stage our Sifu, your Sifu, Sifu Danlock.
HTC Class 8. Welcome. Throughout this journey, over all these years, I have trained thousands and thousands of students now in various skill sets and not just closing. And what I notice is there are something that differentiates those who succeed and those who fail. And tonight we're going to talk about the 6 characteristics that separate the successful high-ticket closers from those who give up, fail, or maybe in some cases, never get started. Now, how many of you agree that now, by the time you graduate, now this is the bonus class, now you're out there, you're on your own. This is the time that you turn your skill into value, into results. And it could be a little bit scary. It could feel a little bit daunting. It may be outside of your comfort zone. So as Desmond mentioned, that tonight is going to be a very powerful class for you, not just because it's a bonus class. You see very much so every single week we are building on what we've taught, what Sifu's taught you. And this is full circle now, going back to the mindset. Because the best mechanics in the world doesn't help. It won't help you if you don't have that proper mindset. You won't implement what you know you're supposed to implement if you don't have the right mindset. You won't take the action that you know you need to take if you don't have the right mindset. You'll get easily distracted. You'll procrastinate. You'll give up if you don't have the right mindset. And here's what I believe. There are hundreds, I mean hundreds of ways to succeed. There are people. How many would agree there are many ways to make money? There are many ways to be successful. Some people do it through closing. Some people do it through stock market. Some people do it through retail, franchise. Some people do it through wholesaling. Some people do it through real estate. There are many ways to succeed, many ways to be successful. But I believe there are only a dozen ways people fail. And it's very, very common across the board. So would it be helpful if we know what are some of the ways that people fail? And knowing those reasons, and we prepare ourselves. So we make sure that we don't do those things. Would that be helpful? Yes or no? And being aware of, oh, am I doing some of these things? And sometimes you may not even be aware that you're doing them, because I don't believe people want to fail intentionally. How many don't believe people want to fail intentionally? If you're going to do something, for most of us, we want it to work, right? We want it to be successful. So it's not intentional, but it is. It is something that happens subconsciously. Maybe the lower self. If people are not aware of the lower self, they think it's their voice. They believe they are whatever they're thinking, that's their thoughts, which by now you realize you are not your own thoughts. Remember that? You're not your own thoughts. So the difference between a closer and a loser is only one letter. It's C. The difference between a closer and a loser is a C. What's that C? Characteristics. And today I'm going to share with you the 6 characteristics that I believe that separate the successful closers versus everybody else. It's very interesting. Over the years I've been teaching now for so many years. And I'm always fascinated by how come I have 2 people, it could be sitting in the same class, sitting in the same event, learning the same information, going through the same process, taking the same notes. And one would take the information, take the wisdom, and skyrocket to success. And yet the other person would take the information, and guess what? Not a whole lot happens. And I've always been fascinated because it bothers me as a teacher. It bothers me, like, how come people don't do what they're supposed to do? How come people don't do what is good for them? How come people don't take action? How come people procrastinate? Like, how could it be such a difference? And I've been puzzled and fascinated. And over the years, I've been observing some of these things. And I came up with a number of conclusions. What I realized is, doesn't matter how good my teaching is, at the end of the day, that effort is your responsibility. How many of you agree effort is your responsibility? I could teach you how to be the best closer that you could be, but if you don't practice, you don't role play, you don't implement, how are you going to learn that skill set? And once you have the skill set, how are you going to turn that into actual income? So effort. Effort is your responsibility. Your effort is your responsibility. So learning is good until you take that learning into actions, steps, and you do it consistently, which leads to characteristic number 1. Write this down. Consistency over intensity. Consistency over intensity. Now, this is very, very powerful. Think about this. Let's say if you want to do something, and a lot of people, they get excited at the moment. They got all excited and they say, okay, yeah, I want to do this. I want to learn this, and I want to do something about it. And they go excited for maybe a month, maybe 2 months, maybe 3 months, maybe 4 months. No different than what Sifu was talking about. When you try to do something, it will always be a struggle. When it's who you are, then it's effortless. When you try to do closing, it's always a struggle because you're going against how you see yourself, your self-image. Versus if you're just a closer, you just close. You just close. But how do you wear the cape? How do you make sure that cape doesn't come off? Consistency. Say it with me. Wealth is committed to one idea over time. Wealth is committed to one idea over time. I want you to take a look at some of the most successful people financially in the world who have accumulated a fortune. Almost without exception, you will see they commit usually to one thing for a long period of time. Look at Warren Buffett. Look at Bill Gates. Look at Jack Ma. Look at Jeff Bezos. Do you think they jump from one thing to another? Now, it doesn't mean they don't diversify as an investor. I'm talking about when they first build that wealth. Do they just stick with it for a year? Does Warren hold a stock for just 1 year and then change? Does he even hold it for 5 years? Decades. Decades. Anybody who has developed any kind of skills, any kind of mastery, if it's not decades, definitely years. Look at your craft, anything that you like to do. Any skill that you have, could be sport, could be playing an instrument. Any kind of skill that you have. All took years. Years. It's fascinating to me that people would spend 10, 20 years making minimum wage, yet they would not spend a few years mastering a high income skill. I think it takes too long. And I always say, compared to what? Compared to a life of struggles? Compared to poverty? Compared to the prison that we put ourselves in? Compared to what? It's one idea over time. So when no different than when people see seafood that, oh, I succeeded at a relatively young age. When I say young age, compared to most, I would agree. But that still took me a long fucking time. Long, I mean 8, 9, probably close to 10 years. So people say, oh, Dan Lok's an overnight success. It's more like a 10-year overnight success. If you counted that when I was in high school, if you count that as when I got started, the first business, yeah, quote unquote, the first milestone that I would consider to have some success, yeah, would be close to 10 years. But it always looks like it's overnight. Say with me, consistency beats intensity. Consistency beats intensity. Just like when you want to go to the gym, right? Let's take two people. One person wants to lose, two people both want to lose weight. One person say, you know what? I'm going to work out for 40 hours, nonstop. I'm going to run. I'm going to do weight for 48 hours. No food, no drink. I'm going to get fit. Versus another person, well, I'm going to lose weight, but I'm just going to do 30, 45 minutes consistently 4 times a week. And I'll just do that for years. Which one is going to be more successful? And yet, when it comes to making money and developing a skill, everybody likes the 40-hour model. That's why they never have any mastery. and money follows mastery. Write this down. Money follows mastery. When you have achieved mastery, you cannot stop the money from coming into your life. People will throw money at you because you're so fucking good at what you do. They will line up to want to do business with you. They will line up to want to hire you. Why? Because majority of the world out there, do they have mastery or do they have just mediocrity? You tell me. Are most people exceptional or are most people average? So when you're exceptional, when you are a master of your craft, people love to hire you. You are now a very rare commodity. Does that make sense? And a commitment is a commitment with a formal structure, just like losing weight. If you do the 40-hour weight loss plan, is there a structure? It's 4 times a week from 6 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. before you go to work. 4 times. Every single week. 52 weeks a year. Is that a structure? So a commitment. So when people say, I want to lose weight, and you ask them, what's your plan? Oh, I kind of, I want to go on some diet and I'll go to the gym. And when are you going to the gym? Well, I go to the gym when I have time, when I feel like it. When you feel like it. Yeah, and when I have time, if, maybe a couple of times a day. I don't know, once a week. I don't know yet. Which gym are you going to go to? Well, probably somewhere around my house, I guess. What do you think of this? The chances of this person hitting the ideal weight goal? Fucking 0. Because a commitment is a commitment with a formal structure. If you tell me your goal and Sifu asks you, what's the structure? You cannot answer that question like that, you're not going to get there, period. All you have is a wish. All you have is a nice picture on your vision board if you don't have that structure. See, structure is so powerful because it takes the thinking out of the process. For some, the problem is you think too much. You overthink it. Emerald, you overcomplicated it. You want to make it more difficult than it should be. Because through programming and conditioning, your mind tells you it cannot be that fucking simple. It cannot be that fucking simple to make $200, $300, $400 in a single phone call in 45 minutes. It's just weird. It's not normal. When people are making 12, 13, 14, whatever bucks an hour. That is just not fair. It is not fair. The society is not fair. Get over it. The marketplace, the society rewards you for the value that you produce, not the time. Write this down, I'm giving you a big one. It rewards you for the value you provide, not the time. Has nothing to do with your time. So we like to make things more complicated than it should be. True? And most people learn something here and there. They end up with small bits and pieces of information from everywhere. That's the difference. Because most of them, write this down, they know a little bit of something, but they never have what I call deep knowledge. Deep knowledge. How many of you would agree that Sifu has deep knowledge when it comes to closing? That what I've shared with you in the last 7 classes, it's a tip of the iceberg. Like I said, maybe 1% of what I know. Maybe. And I'm still learning. I'm still growing. It is not like, oh, I know it all, I don't need to grow. No, I'm still learning. That's deep knowledge. And deep knowledge only comes from experience, decades of experience, battlefield tested experience, also repetition. There's no objection you could give me that I don't know how to handle, because there's no objection that I haven't heard of before. In fact, all these objections, doesn't matter how you slice and dice it, it comes down to maybe a dozen of them. It's the same stuff. There's no objection that, oh, that would, I don't know how to handle that, or prospect says this, or that person gives me this. Doesn't matter, because I've just seen it. In fact, it's I've seen it so often, I already know what they're gonna say. I could predict the move. I can predict the next move and the move after. It's very predictable. So I like to have some fun. Sometimes I push a little bit. Sometimes I would guide the call in a different direction, just to have, like, it's like, I know I'm gonna win with playing the chess game, but I just want to do something to keep things a little bit interesting. It's only a dozen reasons. You see, the problem is most people don't have deep knowledge. Forget a high income skill. Think about just in a society, who makes more money, a brain surgeon or a family doctor? A brain surgeon. Why does a brain surgeon, both in medical field, but why does a brain surgeon make way more money than a family doctor? That's right, a brain surgeon specialized, very good. Deep knowledge. Takes way more skills, a lot more specialized skill and deep knowledge about how the brain works to be a brain surgeon. How many would agree that the brain is extremely complicated compared to you just get a fever, right? Here's some antibiotics. Here's some medicine, some cough medicine, versus operating on the brain. No wonder. So that's how our world works. Warren Buffett says, investing in yourself is the best thing that you can do. Anything that improves your own talents, nobody can tax it or take it away from you. They can run up huge deficits and a dollar can become worth far less. You can have all kinds of things happen, but if you've got talent yourself and you've maximized, what's the key word? Maximized. Not just talent. Talent itself it's just potential. Once you've maximized your talent, you've got a tremendous asset that can return tenfold. Which, by the way, can you see Warren is talking about high income skill? It is exactly the same idea. He uses the word talent, I use the word skill. It's the same concept. Because you are your biggest asset, you're also your biggest liability. Write this down. You're your biggest asset, you're also your biggest liability. What do I mean by that? Tell me. What does it mean when I say you are your biggest asset and you are your biggest liability? Your biggest asset is not real estate. Your biggest asset is not the stock portfolio. Your biggest asset is you. Your biggest liability is also you, because who got into all those debt? Who's not generating enough income? Who's lacking the skill? Who's lacking mastery? Who is attaining mastery? It's all you. So it's not the thing that makes you money, it's you make you money. This is huge. This is like Ziva's giving you something very valuable here. If you understand this, it's not the stock market that makes me rich. It's not the real estate market that makes me rich. It's not the business that makes me rich. You make yourself rich. And the proof is, are there people who make money in businesses? Are there people who lose money in businesses? In fact, most people lose money in businesses. Are there people who make money in real estate? Are there people who lose money in real estate? Are there people who make money in stock market? Are there people who lose money in stock market? It's the same stock market. The market doesn't care. The market is neutral. The market has no emotions. So it works, the business works, or the investment works because I work. You don't need to look for that perfect secret investment. So when I get the question all the time, oh, Sifu, I've got $5,000, I've got $10,000. Should I buy cryptocurrency? Should I go invest in this? Should I go buy that stock? Should I invest in Tesla? Should I invest in that? The answer is invest in yourself. It's a very simple answer. You will not get a better return than investing in yourself. Oh, Steve, I got $100,000. What should I do? Invest in yourself. You will not get a better return. Well, Steve, then when should I invest in some kind of investments? Would you like to know the answer? When your skills are throwing off so much cash, you can't spend it all. That's when you invest in something outside of yourself. I'll say that one more time. When your skills are throwing off so much cash flow for you, it covers all your basic necessities, it covers all your needs, and covers some of your wants. You can't spend it. That's when you put into something else. Then you have money working for you, which is the wealth triangle. That's when you put into, from the high income skills, transition. It could be in a scalable business. Doesn't have to be a scalable business. Or high return investments. Because when you invest in something, it gives you a 5%, 10%, 12%, 20% return. That's nice. It's very nice. But if you could invest in yourself and you can get 100%, 200%, 300% return or infinite return, then why would you invest in something else? And if you don't even trust yourself, you don't believe in yourself enough to invest in you, then we got a problem. Because you are not even betting on yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, I have no problem. When I was in debt, I was $150,000 in debt. Lost all my mom's money, maxed out the credit cards, borrowed money from family and friends in my 20s. How many would agree $150,000 in debt for a 20-year-old? That's a lot of money. US, by the way. US dollars. I was still going to training. I was still buying books, spending $200 here, $300 there. And my broke friends were like puzzled. They're like, Dan, like you already in all this debt. Why are you still spending all this money? Why are you still buy that $200 course and going to that training and that workshop and this and that? My answer was very simple. I said, what fucking difference does it make? Seriously, what difference does it make? I'm $150,000 in debt. What difference is another $200 or $300 or $1,000? Who cares? Out of the 150K pool, what difference does it make? And how the hell I'm going to pay this off if I don't improve myself? You tell me. If I tell my friend, you got a better answer, you tell me. Except doing something illegal, how the hell I'm going to pay off 150K at my age if I don't improve myself? You've got a better answer, I'm all ears, please. Right? So I'm gonna get a job for $2,000-$3,000 a month because I don't have like school degree and all that stuff. So what? I'm gonna make $3,000 a month if I'm lucky. After paying all my necessities, I don't have $200 left by the end of the month. So $200, I don't know who could do the math for me. 150,000 divided by $200. How long would it take for me to pay off that debt? 150K divided by $200. That's a long time. That's a long, long time. And once you develop a skill or talent, no one could take that away from you. That's the beauty with the high income skill. Could you see that? You can continuously use this skill for the rest of your life. No one could take it away from you. In fact, how many have watched Men in Black? You know, the movie with the Will Smith? Yeah. So in Men in Black, there's a little, they have a little device whenever like the citizens, right, the civilians, they see some aliens and stuff like that, they want to kind of erase their memories. They bring out the neutralizer. It's called the neutralizer. They wear the sunglasses and they wave this neutralizer, this like little light device, and you erase their memory, right? So let's see if I ask you this question. Could someone take a neutralizer and erase what you've learned from HTC? Could they come in and say, no, from now, just watch this thing, and they wave this neutralizer in front of you, and just you forgot everything you've learned in the last 7 weeks? No. It is a skill for you to keep for the rest of your life. What if someone comes along and say, you know what? Here's a neutralizer. I'm going to give you $10,000. But I want you to erase everything you've learned from HTC. Just write a check for $10,000 and say, I'm going to write a check for you will forget that this skill exists. You'll forget that this Seafood Danlog exists. You don't even know. You won't remember a damn thing. I'm going to write a check for how about $50,000? So it comes along and says, I'm going to write a check for $50,000. You'll get 50K, but you'll forget everything you've learned. You will not have this skill anymore, and you will not learn this skill ever again. How about $100,000? $100,000. Forget everything you've learned. Forget this skill. You'll never know they exist. And you'll never learn it again. Do you see the value of having that skill set? Why would you say no to $100,000? Because you know the value that shit, I can make that in a year. Why the hell would I do this trade? That's a bad deal. That's a very bad deal. Yeah, you can make more. You can make. How many of you agree you can make way more than that for the rest of your life? Measly 100K. So back then, when Seafood was in debt, I was still investing in myself. Most people would not. My broke friends would not. That's why they're still broke all these years. But I was backed in a corner and I still invest. So my question to you is, why back then, why would I still invest in myself? I was $150,000 in debt. Why would I still invest in myself? It's crazy. Believe. I had a vision. No way back. Yes. I wish I could tell you that Sifu back then was so motivated. I was so inspired. I'm going to change my life. It wasn't like that. When I was $150,000 in debt, the only conclusion I could come up with, there's no other way. There's no other way I would be able to pay off that debt. And I do believe in myself. But I knew there's just something that I don't know. And later on, I realized it's not even something I don't know. It's just I haven't developed the skills yet. At the time, I thought it was something I don't know. But it wasn't something I don't know. It was do you know the difference between knowing something and a skill? There's a big difference. Knowing something is your intellectual knowledge, right? You're knowing something. Skill is being able to do something. It is the ability to do, to produce a result. So I know a few things, but I didn't know how to do something. So whatever situation you're in, here's what Sifu would teach you. Here's what I want to say to you is don't doubt yourself, doubt your skills. You're not making the kind of money you want to make. Don't doubt yourself. There's nothing wrong with you. Doubt your skills. Fucking absolutely doubt your skills. Don't doubt yourself. It's not that there's something wrong with you. How many of you, when you're not making enough money, you thought there's something wrong with you? Be honest. You're not as successful as you want. There must be something wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with you. There's something seriously wrong with your skills, though. There's absolutely nothing wrong. It's like, think about it. Let's say you jump into a pool, a swimming pool, and you are drowning and you can't breathe. No different than like the debt is choking you. You feel, I can't breathe. Like, oh, maybe there's something wrong with me. There's nothing wrong with you. You just haven't learned how to swim. You never took any swimming class. There's nothing wrong with you. You don't know how to swim, so you drown. You don't have a high income skill, so you don't have high income. Is that so complicated to understand? Like, are you getting it? Like, yeah, how come I'm not hitting six figure? Yeah, because you went to school to learn some low income skill shit. That's why. You spend 3, 4, 5, 12 years of your life learning, mastering low income skills to work to get low income jobs. It's like, well, I spent 10 years running marathon. How come I can't swim? Because you spent 10 years running marathon. You haven't learned how to swim. Like, duh. Isn't that a funny metaphor? There's nothing wrong with you. It's like, oh, maybe there's something wrong with me. Maybe there's something wrong with the water. Maybe my hair is too long. Maybe because I have an accent. No, because you haven't learned how to fucking swim. That's it. And then you watch other people in the pool, floating around, swimming back and forth, having fun, jumping into the pool. You're like, what the fuck? How come they're having so much fun there in the pool, in the same fucking pool, and I'm drowning? Because they learn how to swim. They have the skills. Chances are they took some swimming class. Maybe maybe they had an instructor, a swimming instructor, a mentor who taught them how to swim. Maybe their father taught them how to swim. Does that make sense? So when in doubt, don't doubt yourself, just doubt your skills. There's nothing wrong with you. Just say, you know what? I need to work on my skills. And that's exactly what I did. So when I was focusing, here's how I paid off my debt. How many of you are in debt, by the way? How many have some debt that you would like to pay off? How many have quite a bit of debt? Put in the chat. If you want to pay off your debt, don't focus on paying off your debt. Focus on increasing your income. Your problem is not debt. You don't have a debt problem. You have an income problem. And you don't have an income problem. You have a skill problem. Your income problem is a skill problem. Because if you think about the debt that you have with your current income, so do the numbers for me. With your current income, even if you don't eat, you don't spend $1, 100% of your income goes towards paying off that debt. How long would it take for you to pay off your debt? Put in the chat. You don't spend $1, 100% of it goes into paying off your debt. How long would it take? Years, decades. I see 5 years, 10 years, 12 months, 15 years. So if the same thing, it would have taken me decades if I was to try to pay off that $150K with back then the income back then I had, right? But yet it didn't take me that much time. But I have my skills. When I was bringing in $10,000 a month, then $20,000 a month. One day you wake up, you just keep paying that off. One day you wake up, the debt, it's gone. It's gone. Does that make sense? It's just like that. Cutting back on that Starbucks coffee in the morning, that $3, $4, $5, whatever it is, how is that going to help? Like when you're like, how's that going to help when you're 150, 200, 300K in debt? Like that, yeah, great. $4. Just like in my book, I talk about a penny saved is still a fucking penny. Write this down. A penny saved is still a fucking penny. How about we focus on generating some dollars instead? If you generate enough dollars, would a penny even matter? Think about it. If you generate $10, $20, $100, would the penny matter? So who cares about the penny? Most people, they walk over dollars to pick up dimes. Do you understand? They walk over dollars to pick up dimes. And the thing is, it's a smart thing to do when it's the dumbest thing they could do. Albert Einstein says, compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world. He who understands it earns it. He who doesn't pays it. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. I know from my previous graduates, you know the answer. Please don't spell the answer. Can we not ruin the experience? Do me a favor. Shh. Right? I know you know the answer. Let's not give it away. Do us a favor. If someone was to give you $1 million today, or a penny doubled every day for the next 30 days, without thinking, put in a chat, which one would you choose? Go for it. Would you rather have $1 million right now, or a penny double every day for 30 days? Put in the chat. Quick, don't think. Penny, penny. I can see the penny. I can see a million, a million, a million. Good, a million. Okay, here's the answer. Stop. Chips off the table. Okay. $1,000,000 today or a penny double every 30 days? Well, if you have $1,000,000 today, congratulations. Here's $1,000,000. If you choose the penny, here's what it looks like. Day 1 is still a penny. Day 2 is still 2 pennies. And then 4 pennies, 8 pennies, 16 cents, 32 cents. Now, by even day 20, if you choose the $1,000,000, you have $1,000,000 by day 20. If you choose penny double every day, you only got 5K, $5,200. Compared to $1 million, you're like, oh my God, that's a bad deal. I picked the wrong path. Well, let's take a look. At day 27, you're still short compared to $1 million, although you do have $671,000, but you're still short compared to $1 million. But then look at day 29 and day 30. So if you would have chosen penny over 30 days, you would have been 5.3 times richer than someone who picked $1 million. And if you were to give yourself an extra day, that becomes not just 5 million, it becomes $10 million. So what have you learned? Although, yes, consistency beats intensity. That's right. But this is a bigger lesson than math here. There's a way bigger lesson. What if you change that, just change the penny, and I want you to look at it from a different perspective. Can you look at it from a different perspective? Yes? What if you change the day to month? What if you change the dollar to your earning ability? The problem is most people give up on day 15, day 16, month 15, month 16, because they're like, what the fuck? I'm doing all this. I'm waiting for 16 fucking months. I'm only making this much. I should have picked $1 million. By the way, is there $1 million? No, they thought it's $1 million. That's the difference between instant gratification. Actually, it's not instant gratification. Please write this down. Most people think instant gratification is actually not instant gratification. It's actually instant illusion. It's not gratification. It's illusion. Even when you get to day 24, day 25, or month 24, month 25. Look at that. Damn, I still should have gone with that. Although you're doing 167,000, I should have gone with the safer route, the safe, secure job route. Took me this long just to make the same as what I'm making from corporate. Damn. I should have picked $1 million. I should have picked a golden handcuff. What I don't know is the biggest payoff is day 31. Forget day 32 and day 33. We're not even looking at that. They give up too soon. Do you realize that? They just give up too soon. They think 30 months is a lot of time. Here's a crazy part of it. It's a very crazy part of it. What if you don't look at day, you don't look at month, you change it to a year? What if you replace that day with year? The power of compound interest. The payoff is all at the end. But in the beginning, looks ridiculous. Look at the first 10 days. God damn, the first 10 days, like $5.12. This is stupid. Right? It's just dumb. What the hell? Right? Days, weeks, months into it, $5.12. It is like your first closing call. Maybe it's not super high ticket. Maybe it is only a few $100s. Maybe it's $10, $20, $30, $50. Maybe $100. Like, damn, I did all these phone calls, only closed one, and only made $100. No different than $5.12. It's the same idea. And then you doubt yourself. And you come to your own conclusion. Well, actually not you, it's the spy. The spy is telling you, oh, this thing doesn't work. Because it would have worked. You'd have done way more by now. Where's your million, man? It's only $5.12. So what have you learned from what Sifu has just shared with you? What does it mean to you? Consistency. Don't give up, yes. Believe in the bigger picture. I'll give you a bonus tip. Who wants a bonus tip? Here's how I see it. Here's how my mind works different from everybody else. I don't see the days. I don't see the days. I'm not counting. I don't count. I just become better. I don't look at it. I don't look at it. Oh, I've worked on it for 3 months, 6 months, a year, 2 years, 10 years. I just keep working at it. I don't count. When I don't count, there's no comparison. I don't compare all the person who did this and who picked $1 million. I don't look at that. I just keep 32, day 33, day 34, day 35. Just keeps going. Because when you count, you're still trying to do. I just be. That's who I am. When it's who I am, there's no need to compare. It's like it's like a smoker. Oh, I quit smoking. Oh man, I quit smoking for Or an alcoholic. Oh man, like, now 30 days sober, 30 days I haven't touched alcohol. 2 years I haven't touched alcohol. I don't drink. I don't count every day how long I haven't drank alcohol. I just don't drink. I'm not counting how many days I haven't done it. The fact that you're counting how many days you haven't done it means you're alcoholic. Because you're focusing on it. Because if you're not alcoholic, you won't even think about it. It won't even enter your mind. You will not spend 1 ounce of effort, 1 second of your mental bandwidth on it, because if it's not who you are. So if you're closer, you won't count. Because what is who you are is not what you do. You're counting, oh, what about this, what about that, or I try to find a business account for 3 months, blah, 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 right? Then you're not getting it yet. Is this sinking in? Easy to say, not easy to be. The compound interest, but more powerful is the compound knowledge. So I invest more today compared to when I invested in myself 10 years ago. Why? Not that I need to. Because I leverage. What's the word? Leverage the power of compound knowledge. Write this down. Someone who invests in themselves frequently, immediately, will always out-earn, outsmart, and outperform someone who invests 1 time. This is why I said the best investment you can make is in yourself. And you improve your skills consistently, frequently. So I don't think about it. I really don't. I just keep investing in myself. That gets me the best return. That gives me more money to invest in myself. That gets me better return. That gives me more skill sets. And then I can earn more. As I earn more, I invest in myself even more. The only reason you don't invest in yourself is deep down, what are you really saying? You don't believe in yourself. The act is simply a reflection of what's going on underneath. You can recite the creed 10,000 times. But your actions says otherwise. And because I've invested in myself over the years, and now today I could invest in a $20 book, and then I could take what I learned from the book and make $10, $20, $30,000 from it within days or sometimes hours. Now, why is it someone else reads a $20 book and it means nothing to them, or they cannot even turn a $20 investment into even $2? I could read exactly the same book. I could turn into results and money and create value within days or hours. One book could be completely useless to somebody else, could be very useful for me. Because I've used the power of compound knowledge to my advantage. And because I have enough leverage in life, I have enough businesses, I have different ways I could utilize the information I get from the book in multiple ways. in many, many ways. I could turn a bad book into money. Doesn't even have to be a good book. Some could read a book, oh, this is garbage. This is like nothing useful in the book. I could read the same book, I can turn it into money. Because I could easily take that and say, oh, this is what not to do. Let's make sure that we don't do these stupid things. They will still make money. Because the power of compound knowledge. Over the years, I've invested in so much, just like the graph I show you, that's compound to day 21, to 23, day 24, day 25, is accumulated. So now when I add a little something to it, I'll give you a perfect example. Someone making $50,000 a year, do the math, someone making $50,000 a year, they learn something and they improve their earning ability for 10%. How much more are they making now? $5,000. Right? Someone making $50 million a year who improves his earning ability by 10%. How much more they're making now? $500,000. That's what I'm talking about. So to me, if I learn something, it improves what I do by 1%. 1%. That's millions of dollars. It's easy math. Write this down. Money is math. Money is incredibly simple. People make it too complicated. Money is math. I invest X, I get Y back. Do that all day. All day long. Money's math. Money, it's not secret. Money is not complicated. Money is just math. People don't use it though. They can't understand, like, oh yeah, I got, like when someone says, oh, you know, I don't want to buy a hardcover book, I'm trying to buy the softcover book to save $2. They don't understand money's math. It's very, very simple. And people who struggle financially because they don't understand and they don't use the power of compound knowledge. Look at your friends. Look at the people around you. Who is reading books? Who's reading books consistently? Who's reading books on money? Who's reading books on success? Not you, excluding you. People around you. There you go. So not only they don't pick the penny, they don't even put the fucking penny in. They don't even, they have a penny, they don't even start with day one. That's why they have zero or negative. You with me? They're saying, so you want $1 million, you want a penny double every year, every day. So $1 million, penny double every day. Which one you want? I don't have a penny. That's what they're saying. I can't afford a penny, you know. That's essentially what they're saying. They're not even in the fucking game. Forget like the compound interest and compound knowledge. They are not even day one, they're day zero. They're not even in the game. They have no chance of winning. Can you see that? And then when they don't win, when the AI put them out of jobs, then they bitch. And then they're scared, they're fearful. And they should be. Because these, how many would agree, these are uncertain times? These are pretty uncertain times. And it's wonderful. I can't wait. I hope the market crash. I hope the stock market goes to shit. I can't wait. Awesome. It's awesome. Because the ones who with skills, those with skills will prosper in these uncertain times. Those without skills will get crushed. And most will get crushed, unfortunately. Those with skills, oh my goodness, especially with a high income skill. Closing. Do you think companies need closers in good times, or they need closers in uncertain times, in bad times? Which creates more urgency? Which gives us bigger leeway to negotiate bigger percentage? I can't wait. It's great. I wish the economy is in the fucking toilet. It's great. Because Sifu's built my business on that. Copywriting, closing, most of what I do. Times are bad, my companies do better. Do you think it's like now, it's like even now, Sifu has been saying it again and again and again, you need a skill, you need a high income skill, not just a high income job. Think about what if millions of people got laid off. Do you think more people would look for jobs, or do you think more people look for skills? It would be a bigger demand for what I teach. There will be more people wanting to develop the skills. Because like before, it's like, do I really need this? Do I really need a high income skill? Now they say, oh, fuck, I need a high income skill. Shit. Like before, it's like, it's a nice idea. Now it becomes a necessity. And it is a necessity. And our family would grow. The worse the economy, the faster we grow. So right day one, we positioned ourselves to prosper in these uncertain times. That's why there are certain skills I don't teach. I like to teach skills that are recession proof. Those are the valuable skills. Closing, copywriting. When times are good versus times are bad, when do you think companies need more leads, need more customers, need more sales? They need closers, they need copywriters. I love bad times. That's probably when Sifu would bump up the price. Demand and supply. Demand goes up, price goes up. Well, Sifu, if I make more money, then I will invest in myself like you do. I want to invest in myself too. Sounds quite logical. Question is this coming from your higher self or is it coming from your lower self spy? Sounds logical. And here's the fact. If you're not investing 1,000 when you're making 10,000, do you really think honestly to yourself, you would invest 10,000 when you make 100,000? You can't even invest 1,000 out of 10,000 to invest 10,000 when you have 100,000. That's a much bigger check. That's a much bigger check. That's another zero. So now that logic isn't really logic now, is it? And what do you really think when you invest 100,000 when you make $1 million? No. It's chicken and egg. What are the chances of getting the 100,000? You don't invest in 1,000. I have never calculated how much I've invested over the years in myself. I really don't know. But if I was to take a guess, it's in the millions. I don't know how many millions though. It's in the millions for sure. Let's say a few $1 million. Probably more than what most people make in their lifetime. I bet on myself. I did it when I was $150,000 in debt. I did it today. Did it back then? Do it today. I'll continue to do it. Compound knowledge. It's beautiful. Does that make sense? Is this sinking in? I know I'm giving you a lot of different things from very many different angles, trying to wake you up, face the truth. What is going on? What is really going on? When you can stack new knowledge on top of old knowledge, then the results are exponential. Just like now I could read a book on business, why it takes me very little time, or why I'm able to finish a book much faster than most, or implement, because I've seen a lot of it. Like maybe 80, 90% of information, I've seen it before. I'm just looking for the 10% I haven't seen before. You with me? Right? So then the results are exponential. Because I already know a lot of these things. And I see the most active HTC members go quiet after they graduate. They don't comment. The most active. And usually it's very interesting. The one that are most vocal, posting video every day and sharing and all that. After they graduate, silence.
Sifu, do you mind if I chime in for a second?
Anytime.
Yeah, and so, maybe this gives Sifu a time to take a quick drink here, but we see it all the time, right? It comes in from seasons, like Sifu just said there, the ones with them like social butterflies, come in week one and they're making videos, and every day they're making a video, they're uploading something, and then all of a sudden, right after they graduate, like he says, they go quiet. Now, how many of you know why that happens? Why do they go quiet? Is it because they didn't get results? Is it because they were just while we're going through the 7 weeks? What happens? Did they fall out of habit? No routine? What happened? Lack of discipline. So there are many reasons. Sifu's about to go into it right now. Pay attention to this because you don't want to be that person. It's really amazing because the people that continue are not always the ones that you think will be the ones. They're the ones sometimes that were a bit quiet, but they were actually implementing. And then, or the ones who are just consistent, like Sifu says. We even had Sifu, I think we even had one member. I think it took him something like almost 9 months, maybe even more, before he got his first boom, if I'm not mistaken. He got quiet for a bit, and then all of a sudden he says, "Hey guys, I've been very quiet. Sorry, apologize to the family, but I never gave up." 9 months later, I got my first boom.
Extremely active student, and he consistently came through. And after he got that first boom, he took off and continued to take off.
That's
And
the magic, exactly, right?
never took his foot off the gas.
It's almost like the bamboo story, right? Watering the bamboo, nothing happening, and then all of a sudden, boom, overnight. Once that changed. So Joel Chaffel as well too. That's another example. For a very long time, was struggling, couldn't figure it out. Was even at CIB. You guys have heard the stories, and nothing came out of that. He was struggling. Then overnight, after CIB, he was kicking himself. He could not do what he wanted to do. He was handcuffed. But then he stayed consistent. Now he's blown up. Did he give up? He could have given up, months ago. He could have said, "This is not working for me. It's working for everyone else, but not me." So you're all going to be faced with that moment. I can tell you it's a lonely place if you're doing it yourself. All of us. If you don't have someone to say, "Am I going crazy here? I mean, come on, I had a death in the family, all kinds of weird things are happening to me. I'm trying to make this work. I got turned down." You may even get gigs. You may even be working on things and then not get paid. All kinds of stuff we'll talk about. It's going to happen. Just be prepared, okay? That it will happen. But the ones who persevere, you will see the light at the end of the tunnel. And even those who get good results sometimes, don't get too cocky. Sometimes when you get those quick results, then all of a sudden, when you actually encounter the hard ones, you don't know how to deal with them. Okay, Sifu, back to you.
And in some way, in the beginning, you would. It's like this. This is kind of fascinating. But I'm just thinking about in my own life. Do I post booms for myself? I'm just thinking about it. Have I post boom, Desmond?
Now, I've never seen you. Well, okay, no. You have once or twice, Sifu, but it's like a 7-figure deal or something.
Yeah, it's like right. I think I
Yeah.
posted in the team chat.
Like for example, we got The Office. Yeah, that's a big boom. I mean, that's like years of projects and stuff to work on.
That's more like a celebration.
But I think you do it
never.
because
It's almost never.
It's almost never, but you do it. I think you do that because you want everybody to share in the boom. It's a team effort boom. That's why you share it that way.
I'm just curious, thinking about my own psychology about this. Possibly because it's just like it's what I do. It's a little bit like that. It's like, yeah, it's what I do. Doesn't mean I don't celebrate. Of course, I'm grateful. I celebrate, but it's like, yeah, it's what I do. It's interesting. It's very interesting. I'm just thinking about it.
I think also, Sifu, if you do ever post booms, it's because you want to inspire. You're not doing it because you need recognition or anything. You're doing it because you just want to inspire. Like, hey, look, just look what you can also do. Look at what's potent. Look at what is possible if you put your mind. Yeah, put your mind to it.
Yeah.
It's always about the team too. You always focus on us. Like, oh, look what the team's achieved.
Yeah, it's interesting. And I'm just thinking about it. They're having this kind of internal dialogue with myself, just here, because I'm thinking of what would be like, why I do it, why I don't do it, do I actually do it? Yeah, it's just like it's just thinking about it. That's what I do. So you close a deal, just yeah, that's good. So it's in some way, I'm a little bit more mm, very selective. Part of I don't actually, unlike most leaders, and most they do it. I don't do as often. I don't praise the team a lot. I actually don't praise the team a lot.
Sifu, can I chime in on this one?
Yeah.
So this is a funny story between Sifu and I, okay? Do you guys want to listen to this one? You want to hear what Sifu actually told me once? Actually, he tells me all the time, many, many times. So he goes, Desmond, if I don't say anything to you, that means you're doing good. If I say something to you, then it's Desmond, I don't know, that's a bad idea.
So not saying something is actually a praise.
Not saying something is actually the praise.
Yes, but much more encouraging to the HCC students, but to the team for sure. For Team Dialogue, I don't say a whole lot.
And you said why, right? Because it's expected. I expect you, Desmond. You've been with me for a long
I guess
time.
in some ways, like I see the expectations of, yeah, you're TDL, of course, a little bit that kind of mentality. Like I wouldn't expect anything less. Like yeah, that's how it's supposed to be.
Navy SEALs don't get told they're doing good; they're expected to be good.
Yeah, they expect it to be good. So this is why it's good, good. Like I might say usually that's why what I say. That's good. it's a little bit. It's good. Oh, I don't. Okay.
Sometimes like, oh, why not more? That's it. Why not more?
Yeah. Okay.
Or you'll say, not bad, not bad.
Yeah. No, you say when I say not bad, I'm taking my time to see what I need to do. Constructive criticism.
Get ready for the roast.
Yeah, get ready. Not bad, but have you thought about this? In my mind, this is fucking horrible, right?
That's the gentle under the bus that's coming.
It's okay. Yeah.
We can kind of flip it on the HTC students, right? Sifu as well, because with the HTC community, it's like, guys, I mean, compared to everyone, all the other freelancers out there, the people on Upwork, the people on Freelancer, the people on all these different sites, you guys are HTC. It's like, of course, we expect you to do good.
Yeah. I think I have high expectations for sure. Which it's good and bad. I don't think it's always good because there are team members. They need more encouraging. They need more encouragement. They need more praise, which then I don't give a lot. Some people they do need a lot more of those, right? They're definitely, oh yeah, that's great. I'm like, good. Because also I can see like, yeah, you can do better than that. I guess that's part of mentality too, where I guess I see the potential. Like it's good, but you can still do so much more. So let's not stay here too long. You could still do better, right? Yeah, I think I could see that. So this is why, in terms of structure, even within the inner circle, we have the two tracks of the B2C track, which is business to consumer, that we have the Bell system. And I'm very proud of the team, and we created this because then every single week, every single month, you're following through. Remember what Sifu talked about. A commitment is a commitment with a formal structure. This is a formal structure. The B2C track and the B2B track, right? Who resonates more with the B2C track? Business to consumer. That's where you see yourself. You want to start with that. Put in chat. Who's like, see what? It's pretty good, but I think I'm ready. That I could tackle the B2B. That I'm up for the challenge. Right? This is the business, right? Or you have some business background that you're comfortable talking to businesses or entrepreneurs or business owners, right? So the two paths that we have within Inner Circle. I want you to imagine this, okay? that let's say we go to a casino, and Steve is not an advocate for gambling. But imagine there's this slot machine. Let's call that an XTC slot machine, okay? Ooh, XTC slot machine. Here we go. And this is machine. Now there's some rules when it comes to this machine. Okay? There's some rules. There are 4 laws for this XTC slot machine. Law number 1, the longer you play, the higher the chances of winning. Okay, what is it? What's the first one? The longer you play, the higher the chances of winning, hitting that jackpot. And let's say that jackpot is your annual income goal. How's that? Okay, so what would that jackpot be for you? Let's say that is your annual income goal. Could be 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, $500,000, $1 million. That's the jackpot. Okay, and the more often you play, the faster you will hit your jackpot. So the longer you play, the higher the chance of winning. The more often you play, the faster you'll hit the jackpot. The more skilled you are, the bigger the jackpot. And you can play as many times as you want, as often as you want. And the only way you will lose is you stop playing. So you keep pulling, right, the machine. Longer you play, higher chances of winning. More often you play, the faster you'll hit the jackpot. More skilled you are, the higher the jackpot. And it costs you nothing. You don't need to put a penny into it. You don't need to put a quarter into it. So my question is, how often and how long will you play that slot machine? All day, every day. All day, every day. Would you want to spend as much time as you could playing that machine? Would you try to pull as many times as you could playing that machine? Now, so what if such machine exists? And that machine does exist. Because that's your high income skill. The longer you close as a closer, the higher the chances of closing. The more often you close, the faster you will get your commission. The more skilled you are, the bigger the commission. You can close as many times as you want, as often as you want. The only way you will lose is you stop closing. And it costs you nothing to close. Can you see how this works? That is your own at-home slot machine. So if you have a machine like that, would you just kind of pull a couple times? You're like, this kind of doesn't work. Or you pull a couple times like, not a lot of money is coming out. I haven't hit the jackpot yet. Or would you play it all the time, as many times as you could, as often as you could? How many wouldn't even fucking sleep? You're like, I'm playing the machine. Get out of my way, right? I'm jumping on Discord. I'm role playing. I'm getting better. You see how that works? Right? And this is, you don't need to go to casino to win a jackpot. You have that within you. You can unlock it with your skill. And you can play as many times as you want. It's exciting. It's fun. I like to use the play analogy because it is supposed to be fun. When it's fun, you want to do more of it. When it's fun, when you don't close a sale, you don't beat yourself up. When it's fun, you will practice. When it's fun, you want to learn more. You want to sharpen that sword, right? You want to upgrade that skill. And like I said, some of the members, some of the most active members go quiet after graduation. I see it happen again and again. So would you like to know the best way to stay plugged in? How do you make sure you stay plugged in into the TC family? And here's something that Sifu has taught that has worked for many, many, many seasons. And it's incredibly simple that every single one of you could do. No gimmick, no trick. Don't make it about yourself. Make it about other people. Don't make it about yourself. Make it about other people. Because when you make it about yourself, sometimes we take that too lightly. We're like, no big deal. But human beings, we are very interesting. For most of us, we actually do more for others than we would do for ourselves. So instead of relying on your own motivation, oh, I need to stay plugged in. No, just the new brothers and sisters coming into TC family, just help them out. Just help them out. By helping them out, you're helping yourself. Let's say they're like, well, do I have to participate in the class? Do I have to jump on Discord? You're like, yeah, you do. In fact, okay, let's jump on. I'll make sure, right? You're holding them accountable. You're pushing them. Or they have questions, just like day one when you first came in. You're like, what the hell is this? This is a new world for you. A little bit scared, a little bit intimidated. And see these booms, you're not so sure where to look and how to proceed. By hearing from somebody else who have walked through that path, maybe they just make an introduction video. They're very intimidated. They're a little bit scared. Remember when you make your first, how many of you remember your first intro video? Were you a little bit nervous? Were you a little bit like, oh, don't know what to expect, right? And when you see that nice, encouraging comment comes in, hey, welcome. And you see a second one, a third one, a fourth one. Remember, right? And that puts you at ease. Like, oh, okay. All right. These are nice people here, right? No different. When you have a new brother and sister coming in, they're the same. They're just as nervous as you were back then. Right? So your comment means as much to them when you got your first comment. And now you are the graduate, the senior, right? So help the newer members. That's our culture. Support them when they have questions. Support them when they may be overwhelmed, just like you were. Oh, what happened? I don't know. Like the role play, I'm a little bit nervous. What should I do, right? Don't worry. Take a deep breath. Just do your first one. It's okay. What about this? Like, how does that work? Calm down. We got it. Oh, what about like week 2? We're still talking about mindset. Are we going to talk about how to close? Don't worry. Steve's got a plan. Just trust the process. You'll get all the how-tos. Don't worry about that. Just now focus on doing the assignments, following through. You got it? Okay, I got it, right? Trust the process. Help them solve some problems. Help them overcome lower self moments. Give them feedback with what you've learned because you've walked the path. Sometimes they don't know what to expect, and it is intense. And sometimes those lower self moments kicked in. And by helping them overcoming their lower self, you're also helping yourself overcoming your lower self. Does that make sense? That's the best way to stay plugged in. Don't make it about yourself, make it about others. And the more you give, the more you receive. The more you give, the more you receive. So Steve is counting on you. I'm trusting you as now the graduate of this season to help all the new members that are coming in by kind of pay forward, give back. It takes a village. It takes a village. And it's sometimes the smallest thing. There's so many stories that sometimes even we have XCC family members going through some stuff, like personal stuff in life. And one of the XCC brothers sees, oh, you know what? Let's jump on a call. Let's jump on Discord. We're not going to do role play. Just tell me what's going on, right? And then they talk through it, and right afterwards, it's a huge relief for them because maybe they haven't talked to anybody else about it. Maybe they feel uncomfortable talking to their just the people in their lives. They need to kind of talk to someone outside of their family about certain things. And how many of you agree? Like sometimes when you just talk it out, you feel much better already, right? The listener may not have the solution for you, but just you getting it out, like it's a relief. And sometimes maybe during that process, you already come up with the solutions on your own. Have you seen that before? Right? Just kind of talk through it. That's already a very powerful thing. So that's what I would suggest. So how do you stay plugged in? Tell me. What's the best way to stay plugged in into the HTC family? By helping others. That's it. That's the only thing Sifu is asking. By being supportive, by not forgetting the 3 rules of HTC. That's it. Before we go into number 2, why don't we take a quick 5-minute break? And that's 5 minutes only. And then we'll be right back.
All right, stopwatches started ticking.
There we go. All right. So this season has been phenomenal. What have been your biggest takeaways so far? Desmond, let's take a look and see what some of the takeaways are so far with this season.
Right. There's some members that are going off for a bio break as well too. They're getting their coffee, they're getting the drinks, maybe even a snack. Keep your energies going. If you can, use a standing table. Helps you to stay alert so you can stay moving, but not distracted. And I'm just seeing what's coming in on the chat right now.
So continuing momentum, make it more than myself, compound giver.
Consistency.
Mm-hmm. Also, a cool fact I've noticed is the people who stay connected on the Facebook group, the people who are active, who are giving true value. And Desmond, could you give me an example of what true value would look like for you, as opposed to the fake value where someone's like, I'm going to give you value, and it's not really value?
So we've had leaders in the past and other members, veterans. Some of them have moved on. You know, they've gone on to expand in their lives. Like they've done well. And they may not be as active, but even if you go back in the archives and you take a look at some of the stuff, maybe they're focusing on their business right now, or maybe they got a job or something else has happened in their life. Doesn't mean that they're bad or anything to the community, just that they're not as active. But I mean, they put in about a year's worth of contributions. You can see a lot of that. What would be value? I can see them where they're jumping on Discord, they're helping members out. I can see when they're actually shooting videos sometimes and they're giving tips, actual beneficial tips to the members. Now, Sifu has talked about this. When you shoot those videos, don't use the word. So you guys, what I notice is you guys, if you're doing that and you're speaking as if you're a coach, tell stories about your own journey. So when I see someone give value and they start off by saying, guys, I want to share with you my story. Here's the challenge that I had and here's how I overcame it. If you'd like to use it, fantastic, but here's what I realized, and here's how I did it, okay? Those are some of the times when you find the best values in the videos by your members, when they're actually preventing you from making the same mistakes that they did. Those are normally really good values. Vikas, in your case, what have you noticed?
But with me, I've noticed that people who are giving true value are the ones who are actually assisting. Like, like you said, I'm tandeming off here, is people who are helping by giving true value. Hey, in my B2B experience, this has happened. Or whenever I'm closing, this has happened. I've even seen some HCC students say, hey, you know what, if you're looking for new profile photos, like when I was in season 4, I just went out and shot for everyone for free. I was like, you know what, I'm going to shoot for you for free. Let's go. Let's go shoot. Let's get you new profile photos.
That's correct. Some of you have skills in other areas that members don't know. You might have brought in some other skills. We've seen members offer help, and again, our community cannot endorse, obviously, anything that members are. So anything that you guys do engage with outside of the community, we cannot endorse. Of course, that's something Vikas can verify.
Mm-hmm.
But we've had members, they've had skills in other areas. Someone was good at graphics and drawing, and they were able to help other members out. Do not do it. Now, here's again, the rules are you're not doing it for monetary reasons. You're not, pushing an affiliate link. You're not trying to sell some MLM drink. You're not trying to do any of those things. Those would actually get you kicked out of the community. Adding value is when you do it and you don't expect anything in return, no monetary, nothing. You're doing it because you want to help another brother and sister to succeed.
This is home at the end of the day. This is our home. You got to help the family members, and you don't charge family. You don't go there, oh, I'm going to do this for you. It's just, hey, let me help you. Let me watch you grow. And the greatest reward is watching someone succeed. And when you watch them succeed, you watch them grow. What more beautiful thing could you ask more than that?
So now each and every one of you, you're not just students. You can notice how Sifu is actually addressing you all as graduates. There's a big difference, isn't there? It's different when you went through week 1, 2, 3, 4, where you were actually a student. My question to you is, have you made that shift? Have you started to shift and see yourself as a closer? Be honest, type in the chat. Do you actually, or do you catch yourself sometimes forgetting and kind of going back into your old ways, in the last 7 days? Oh, it was nice, I graduated, great. And then, wonk, 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 it kind of dies off. The energy dies off a bit. It's like now back to life, back to business. Oh, back to picking up the kids from the daycare. Oh, now time to pay that bill. Oh, there's that barbecue. Maybe not, I don't know, depends. Oh, there's my friends inviting me out. I'm obligated to go out to that birthday, even though I don't really want to go. And I know it's going to be the same crowd of negative crabs in a bucket people. Come on. I mean, it's only been 1 week. Or have you gone back and actually re-listened to every single class? Ooh, that's a lot. You mean I got to go back and do 6-hour classes all over again? I've been through every season. Maybe with the exception of missing 1 or 2 classes because I was in an airplane.
You'll even be in a car sometimes. You'll even be on the road. But I know that Desmond, every single time, will pull out his phone. He'll use his data. He'll go over his data. He doesn't care if his phone bill goes $100, $200. He'll be there. Doesn't matter. Cancel flight. He'll do it.
And I can tell you verbatim, I still have not memorized every single slide.
Yet.
Yet. Working on it. That's because we keep evolving. We keep getting better. We've got veterans. How many veterans do we have in here right now who keep coming back to class? And even now, when you come in, yep, you can see them typing in the chat.
George is at the gym.
Yep.
No excuses.
Abdul's on the B2B closing team.
Yeah.
Success leaves clues. I can see.
CAs are still here. Yep.
Yep.
I see Riza. I see Ariana.
Kai's on the B2B team. Yep.
I see some of my season 4. Yes. Good to see them. Some season 5.
Felix is here. I mean, so just look around. Bong is here. Douglas Bong is here, right? Jazz is here. You will see. Just look around and look for success clues. If you don't know what to do, look for success clues and just follow them. See what they've been doing. Reach out, ask for help. They will guide you. And we have you'll be blown away. Sifu is about to show you guys how it's going to help you to stay accountable. Would you like to see that?
Before we bring on Sifu, let's bring up that energy.
Let's
bring it up to the next level because we're bringing back Sifu Dan Lockdown. This is live. Now, of course, you guys all know how much does Sifu charge per hour? I'm curious. Do you know? How much? $10K. The other class was 7 hours. That would have been $70,000 you had to pay, but you only had to pay once. So Again, let's bring up that energy. Let's bring up that noise. Let's make some serious noise and some serious energy for our Sifu, Dan Locke.
Well, thank you, Vikas. And definitely what Desmond is talking about, going back, listening to the class again. The first time you go through it, you were overwhelmed. You were not so sure. It's too much information coming from all directions. The second time that you go through it again, this entire season, you would pick up things that you didn't pick up the first time. No different than, remember, how many of you ever watched a great movie multiple times? And remember, the second, third time that you watch it, you actually notice something that you didn't notice the first time you watch it. Because the first time you watch it was like, what the hell just happened, right? It's like the special effect and all these great scenes and visuals, right? But the second time, you're like, oh, okay. Because now you know how the storyboard goes, right? You know where the story is going. Now you can actually pay attention. And the third time you go through it, now you're like, okay, you know some of the details, but now you can actually even go deeper. So if you're serious being a closer, definitely go back, watch it 2, 3, 4 times. And certain segments, especially when the role play that Sifu did, for sure, go back, listen to it multiple times. And especially after you've role play more yourself, you go back and you will see, oh, that's what Sifu did, or this is how I should use that technique. The first time you wouldn't pick it up. So now we're going to go into characteristic number 2. The difference between a successful closer versus everybody else. Wisdom over opinion. Now we're going to go deep into some things. I'm going to kind of take you behind the scenes a bit. And because I believe you could handle it. You're not a just a new student anymore, right? You're a graduate. So we're going to go into some pretty deep stuff. Some of them, tough love. Some of them, it's just the reality of things. Can you handle it? Could you handle the truth? Yes?
Oh, gloves drops there, Sifu.
When you are a high ticket closer, keep in mind that you're actually not just representing yourself, you represent the entire CC family. So when you're closing, if you don't deliver results or perform at a high level, it reflects not just on me, but on all of us. Would you agree with that? All of us, not just you. It's not, oh, you're not closing. No. People think of, if you can close, they think XTC can close. Because that's how it works. So you need to have a certain level of skill. And during your journey after you graduate, here's what's going to happen. There are 5 things that every high ticket closer will hear. First, people will tell you, you'll never make it. And they'll tell that to your face. How many of you already have family and friends telling you that you'll never make it right now? And then they'll also tell you that, well, not tell you in front of you, but behind your back. You think you're special? They also tell you that all you care is about is money. Or they'll tell you that you're a workaholic. Attempt to diminish your character. Or you're too ambitious. How many of you have already heard of some of these things? And then when you start making some money, they'll tell you got lucky. A way to compensate it for their own lack of effort or ambition. Then when you actually make it, when you're actually successful, when they run into you or see you on social media, then they'll tell you, oh, I always knew you were going to make it. I always believed in you. You'll hear all 5 things. All five things. That's the world that we live in. So HTC is no longer Sifu's brand. It's our brand. That my Facebook page is your Facebook page. My Instagram is your Instagram. My social media YouTube channel is your YouTube channel. It's not my YouTube channel. It went way beyond that long time ago. Long time ago. In fact, we have a YouTube channel dedicated just for the students. We have a YouTube channel which is all your stories, all your transformation. Our community YouTube channel. Yeah, the global community, that's correct. That we have. Which is a big channel. With a lot of videos on there. And Sifu's brand is your brand. HTC is your brand. Because chances are a lot of businesses, they hire us because of the brand. And it actually directly affects your income and your lifestyle. Do you know why? Tell me. Reputation, credibility, demand, credibility, standards, trust. So the bigger our brand, the more opportunities we could attract, the more that we can negotiate, the more abundance that Sifu can bring back to the HTC family, the more successful you become. So it's very much integrated. In fact, it's very much integrated. And what happens is when we have a global movement like this, we are guaranteed to get critics and haters. I could tell you that right now. Some people are jealous. Some people envy. Some people, they're just haters. They're just haters. So I'm going to show you some of these hateful comments actually on our Facebook page. I want to share with you because I want to teach you a lesson here. So here are some of them. Maybe Desmond can help me read some of them. Vikas?
Here, and yeah, I could read out a couple. I'll read it in like a really crappy voice too.
There you go.
Crap stuffs. Absolute rubbish. There are so many people who believes in this crap stuffs. Baloney. Fake bullshit advice being sold to idiots. Full of crap. Sends me unsolicited and I request messages like some 19-year-old boy chasing a girl in a bar. Totally and completely unprofessional to cold call me through this personal medium. This solicitation was as professional as the Indian people who call me trying to sell fake extended car warranties. Jordan Belfort says you're full of shit. Half these guys can't even spell. This is hilarious. Get off my YouTube feed with this gay scam crap. Everything you do might be real, but you as a person is fake. The life you live is fake. You act like you're so perfect, and everything you do is so perfect, just to fool people into clicking your link and signing up, because the more people you manipulate into signing up, the more money you make. You act like you care about the people, but nah, you just care about yourself and your money. You make me sick. And didn't even spell the name right. Dan Law is a vulgar person that inflicts verbal abuse on his audience. I cannot imagine working with him on a coaching program. What value does it have for him to go out and totally lose the respect of network marketers by making that video? There is a large amount of the US population which is engage with direct sales. I can't even read this without laughing. The DSA, the National Trade Association for companies that offer entrepreneurial opportunities to independent sellers to market and sell products and services, report the retail sales in US of 2017 were $34.9 billion. He's only hurting himself by putting out biased information and misleading nature to promote, publicize his high ticket sales point of view. What he claims is that if you pay him thousands, he will have clients waiting for you to be trained and ready to close $1 million deals. I'm sorry, but I do not see companies waiting for him to train people to close them as they can make deals. And I also don't think that big companies are coming to his potty mouth to close anything. The only thing he needs to be his mouth is closed. I bet you, Sifu, this person just went to Google. They don't know shit. They just went to Google and they're like, copy paste.
I bet he's in network marketing though. I have a feeling that he's in network marketing. But can you see that when a brand is big, that we are guaranteed to attract haters, trolls, and closers, and all kinds of people, right? All these people. It's just what it is, right? Now, what's very interesting is the same Facebook page. Okay, we have some nice comments.
That's right. So Vikas, I let him do the negative ones. I saved myself for the good ones. Oh, Sifu, I really love what he is saying. He is a business genius. He is very smart, and I love watching his videos. I love of many things because of him. Hiba, he chooses the exact problems that we suffer from nowadays and discusses them and finds solutions in a very simple and good way. Thank you. Superior, Dan, you changed my way of behaving. I was the one lonely person who always wanted someone to talk to. And in a video in Alpha Man and Smart Woman, you said something about being needy and you asked, why are you so needy? The introspection and answer changed me. Thank you, Dan. See you in live in about 2 years. Camilio, one of the best online mentors you can find. Connects very well with his followers and keeps active every day. Hope to be successful like him. Kath, he's amazing. He and his videos are really helpful and inspiring. Gives me motivation to start a business. Newman, Dan Locke, I love his humor and speeches. How he expresses his ideas, one of the best in the industry.
Now, isn't that interesting? Some say that I really connect with my audience, my followers. Some say I put them down and I use profanity. Some say that I'm one of the best. Some say I'm the worst in the world. From the same content. Isn't that fascinating? We got a couple more.
That's right. You got Travis. Dan Locke is a great mentor, extremely inspirational. Take the time to learn, watch all the vids. You will be moved in ways you never thought possible. Irene, definitely will share. His advice allows all the youngsters, including my kids, to learn some important lessons from him. Jim, the topics are really a learning experience and process. Not easy to keep finding relevant topics for us to be inspired and motivated. The effort put in is greatly appreciated. It helps us to find the right way to head towards doing business as a great closer. Thank you. Alexandra, Dan Locke is unique and he is my first mentor. The power of Dan is that he is preaching by example. Everything he teaches you is part of his daily routine and he is a master at it. If you ever ask yourself if his paid programs work and worth it, then I would say you better jump in now because you are losing your time out there.
So isn't that interesting? Two very extreme perspectives, two different groups of people. This is why when you become successful, you will get the same thing too. There's a lesson for you. So whenever you see some of these things online, one of the things that you should learn is critical thinking. And ask yourself this question: is that opinion or is that wisdom? Is that opinion or is that a wisdom? This simple question will allow you to, even when you look at a lot of online stuff or even for yourself, that has nothing to do with Sifu's brand, you would learn to educate yourself on, okay, as an intelligent person, is that opinion or is that wisdom? And there are 3 simple questions to help you eliminate a lot of noise and get actually more clarity in your own life. And this is what I use. First question: is this a real person? How many of you know there's a lot of people, a lot of trolls on Reddit, YouTube? They use fake names and fake photo and fake profiles. You notice that? Keyboard warriors hiding behind the computers. So ask yourself, whoever is typing that, well, is that a real person? Do they have something to hide? How many of you can see that already eliminated a whole bunch of them? There's a whole bunch of them. Fake name, fake profile. Second question: has this person produced the results I want? Has this person produced the results I want? And question number 3: is the criticizer more successful than the person he or she is criticizing? And there you go. That's how you differentiate. Is that an opinion or is that wisdom? Why do people hate? Why do haters hate? They hate themselves. That's correct. Haters hate because they are unhappy with their own lives. And they need to talk bad about others to make themselves feel better. That's the psychology of haters. Your life is what theirs should be, and they feel the need to tear you down to feel better about themselves. They're jealous of what they can never have. Think about it. That's the only reason why anyone would go at length to attack somebody. Wouldn't you think it's better to just go build something and create value? That's too hard for them. And they know they can't do it. If they can't do it, it's much easier. Type a 10-minute message, a 5-minute message to tear you down. So haters don't hate you, they hate themselves. They hate themselves. It's funny because I saw one comment from the past that this one person was talking, oh, this course, oh man, it's a scam. I got scammed 3 years ago from a stock trading course. All these online courses are scam. I'm like, all this, like whoa, that's a lot of emotion going on there, right? It's funny. All these haters. And in the meantime, the very successful people were heavy hitters. How many have read Unlock It? Have read Sifu's book? The first few pages Unlock It. How many of you saw some of these endorsements from CEOs and some pretty prominent figures? Highly successful entrepreneurs. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? And Desmond has met a lot of heavy hitters because of his role, right?
Yep.
And
fractional billionaires.
Yeah, like the funny thing is, most of all, I would say probably almost all of them who know me, who have met me, who have done business with me, they say
They
some
all
pretty
say
good, they
you're
say some
very real. You're very down to earth.
they say some pretty good things.
Yep.
Hmm.
They always tell me, they say, Dan's not what I expected, but I guessed as much. I know like on his videos, he can be polarizing, but he's more humble, he's more down to earth, he's more, he's just very easy to connect with. He genuinely cares. I've seen you give strategies to, other influencers or business owners, easily could make them 20 million. You could have charged them for your time. You enjoyed the masterminding, giving them the structure, what to do. They walked away with a whole new business structure. If they just implement it, they could turn it into a $20 million business.
Yeah, even Brian Scudamore, when 1-800 got junk, when he needed help for from social media, I mean, we sent the whole like my marketing team to spend a day with his executive team. It's just a gift. I did never ask a single penny from him. He wanted to pay me. I said, I don't want it. Because I'm happy to help. So when you're successful, you know you're gonna get some of these things. If you're not getting haters, you're not growing. How many of you are getting some hate stuff, hate comments, messages from people? Good, very good. That means you're on the right track. You're not getting some hateful messages, some attacks, means you're not growing enough. So haters are good. There's nothing wrong with them. They hate themselves, and don't let that bother you. Don't let that bother you. Now, with Sifu's brand, Sifu actually has to deal with way more than haters. So I'm gonna go give you a little bit more. This is very. How many of you appreciate the transparency, the honesty, the good and bad? I show you those comments. It's right there. I'm gonna show you a few more. Another problem that we do face within the community is because as we're growing, you have to recognize that we're now in 151 countries with thousands and thousands and thousands of members around the world. Like, we're not a small group. Sometimes on Facebook, you may not the aptitude of how big we are, that you may not fully grasp how big we are, but we are big. Okay, just know that we are big, and I'll prove to you why we're big. So there are posers, predators out there just trying to get you, my students. That's how big we are. Not me, you. There are people, businesses set up just to sell XTC students. So he's one of them.
That's right. So Vikas, you want to be so kind? Let's help out.
Should I do it in the different voice or normal?
Different voice.
Different voice?
Yeah.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
I'm good, Sifu. How are you?
Very well. How's the family?
They're good. How's your family? How's our family?
Very well, Joshua. How's the business going?
That is good. Business is good. I don't mean to be rude, but do you mind if I ask you a few questions to make sure it's really you, Sifu?
Go on, Josh. I'm all ears.
Thank you. What's your wife's name, and who's your right-hand man, and who screwed you over recently?
Smiles. My wife's name is Jenny.
Yes.
Desmond Soon.
Yes.
Can I ask you something? Why ask?
Because my Sifu has enemies and fakers. Just want to make sure it's really you.
Smiles. Thumbs up. What's your line of business, Josh?
I'm high ticket closer.
Very well, man.
Why do you ask, Sifu?
More like if you are interested, I could help manage your account.
You've helped me so much already. So what can I do for you? How so?
My team is offering the best spreads in the marketplace on select items. Has Excel liquidity and extremely accurate execution. This means you may be able to have more profit from each trade we make on your account. Smiley face. All you have to do is monitor your account from your smartphone.
I'm not gonna sure if I follow Sifu. I'm not sure.
Heard about Forex/stock market? What's your take on it?
No, sorry, I haven't heard of that at all. What is it?
Joshua, what I offer is a well-managed account for traders who might have lost total confidence and determined to make good cash flow at this million-dollar industry. Stock, Forex trading, or occupied with other day jobs and do not have much time to sit in the computer and trade. Aside HTC, trading Forex has been one of your major source of income. Because each time I invest, I get out 25% returns weekly. It's a worldwide broker account regulated by the World Bank.
I guess I still don't understand what this has to do with me. What do I do, Sifu?
I will assist you as an expert trader. I have an extensive probability of the possible outcomes of money. Invest in a broker account. For example, if you start with $700, outcome per week at least should be $2,500 using my techniques. I invested $30,000 and I'm going to up to over $40,000 per week. That's of course if you trust me to make this work for you. Take it as Sifu doing you another favor.
Okay, I do trust you, so what do I need to do?
https://smart-stockoptions.com.
Now, this is very, very real. This is people setting up social media account, pretending to be Sifu and actually going out there and spamming people. And this is, just to give you an idea, we have a full department within our company just to shut these down on a daily basis. Daily basis. People setting up fake accounts, social media account, pretending to be me, posting my photos, using my stuff, all that daily. It's no joke. Forex, stocks, it's just the when your brand is so big, that's what happens. That's what happens. And then some people, you are my student, you know better. How many of you could tell within like 3 seconds, like that's not Sifu? You could tell like, no, Sifu doesn't talk like that, right? But there are people who don't know. There are people who don't know. And then guess what? Sometimes it comes back to support. It's like, oh, I said Dan Lok contact me and he asked me for this stuff and I invest in these things. And I'm like, that's not us. But it happens. Like there are people out there using my name to do really illegal activities. Right?
And Sifu, even we've had cases where someone actually bought into an illegal, fake item, and then of course they did get scammed. So then when they actually
so here's what's hilarious.
Yeah.
Listen to this. We have people who bought an illegal access copy of HTC. And then the person never delivered. No wonder, right? And then that person, the customer, contact our support and say, "Where's my HTC program?"
Get those emails so often.
Yeah, every damn day. Like this is, see if it's no exaggeration. Like, I'm not exaggerating. There's a whole industry out there just targeting like my name. There are entrepreneurs pretending, by the way, to be closers, to hire closers, but actually would bait and switch and sell you their programs. So they would contact, we have that. We actually now have these fakers, predators, knowing that you graduate at this season, probably we have a mold within HTC, chances are. And they would contact, "Oh, you just graduated, it's great. I've got, we're looking for closers, we pay all this commission." And then when they contact you and say, "Oh, okay, great," you're like, "Oh, great, I got my first business account, that's great." You go with them, and then they will try to bait and switch and sell you the programs. There will be posers and fakers pretending to be your HTC brothers and sisters. This is disgusting, but that's what happens. They would put on a HTC banner, and they would pretend to be your brothers and sisters, and then they would say, "Hey, and it's weird. They don't meet you on Discord. They say, they'll send you a private link, and they want to role play with you. Really, what they want to do is extract knowledge from you."
And Sifu, I just saw it's on the chat, right? This is one of the tactics. They know when you graduate. There are certain individuals that are in the blacklist. You can see in the chat what we've typed. They will purposely contact you right after you graduate.
Yep.
Because they know the schedule. They know when a season is starting, and then they know when you graduate, and then they'll basically target you exactly when you are freshly graduating, and you think, "Hey, I'm looking for opportunities. Oh, this guy seems so nice. Oh, hey, let me help you out. Oh, we'll give you lots of information to stack on top of what you've learned with Danlock in the organization, and I'll even help you get gigs." And then it's a bait and switch.
Yep. And their fake closers Facebook group, they will add you to the fake closer Facebook group where, "Oh, you're learning sales, you should join our sales group or closer group," and then they will spam the fuck out of you. And they will add you without your permission, by the way. So when Sifu says our brand is big, how many recognize our brand has to be pretty big when this whole fucking industry that's out there, right? Trying to take advantage of my students, which I do not appreciate. This is why I want to take the time to equip you with information of people to watch out for, because before I never mentioned them in the class, and then we had a couple students actually got scammed. That's when I thought, okay, I thought everybody would see through that. Well, I guess I shouldn't make that assumption. So now I'm taking the time, and actually we've created a watch list of people to stay away from. Does that make sense? How many of you find this like useful? It's good to know some of these things so that you could protect yourself. Be kind, but take no bullshit. Be kind, but take no bullshit. This is why we have the whole department, just to deal with infringement, deal with people who are deframing, people who are using the materials, people who are creating fake profiles, just to shut them down. So it's like a jungle. There's a good metaphor that I want to use, right? See, let's say Sifu is the protector, right? I'm the strongest. I could protect you within the territory, right? But Sifu can protect you once you go outside. Once you go outside HTC family territory, I can't protect you because I don't know what is going on. So be aware of someone tried to approach you or someone try to get you to do different things and all of that. Just be very, very aware. Could you do that to protect yourself? So always verify them. If you have anybody, like we even have people who are pretending to be high ticket closers. As many students as we have, we probably have 10 times more people out there pretending to be my students. They have not gone through HTC.
Sifu, that happens more than you can believe.
More than you can. And then they say, oh, I'm a student of Dan Lok.
Yep.
I'm a high ticket closer. And then, which a lot of times, sometimes comes back to supporting Bill Desmond.
Yep.
People say, oh, and then they're no good, of course. They haven't fucking learned anything. And then the business account, the entrepreneur, the CEO contacts us and say, hey, this person I hire, like totally unprofessional, like not showing up for the call, can't close worth a shit. He said, is your student. Like, what's the deal, Dan, right? I'm like, okay, hold on. If it's my students, I would coach them, right? I would coach them. Give me the name. Give me the name. I look, guess what? Not my student. Don't know that person. Happens way now, but that comes back and bite us in the ass. A lot of them.
So Sifu, I saw in the comments, how do we know who are the good ones?
So think about this. Anyone you can see, so you can always, if you don't know if they actually brought in sisters, you can verify them within the Facebook group. You can see if their names are there. If you don't see, you cannot verify the names, chances are they're not HTC. That's number one. Make sense? You will see that's the most accurate list.
And number two is if you get messages from someone you don't know, just spidey senses, woman's sixth sense, whatever it is, take a screenshot of it. You can always submit it into support. Support is there to get. Don't jump into anything if you're not sure yet, because people have ulterior motives. You never know. But the fastest way to do it without disturbing support, go to Facebook group, look at the members. If they're active, they would be in there. There's no reason they shouldn't be in there.
Makes sense. And do not join our so-called whatever closer sales group outside XTC, because when you do, Sifu can protect you. I don't know what's going on because I'm not in those groups.
Now, Sifu, every time we get to this point, though, there is one other part I know that Vikas can also chime in about. There are people still existing within the HTC community. And from time to time, they think they can get away with things. So just because they're in the HTC community, I would say 90%, 95% of the time, solid. But there will always be one or two people that maybe have changed their mind, maybe greed, whatever reason, they're not following the rules, the terms and conditions, and decide to maybe hopefully make some extra money on the side. They're hoping to benefit in some other way, capitalize, monetize from being in the group. They might even be asking you some questions. They might even just be sticking around to see what things are happening. And they might try to invite you off to other opportunities. Be very careful of those ones as well. If you're not sure, always take a screenshot, submit it into support.
So it's in some way I need you to protect each other and kind of also to be that kind of the neighborhood watch, right? To see if you see anything suspicious, and you can let the team know, because as big as we are, the support team can keep up with everything that's going on, right? Does that make sense? And only trust information from Sifu's official social media accounts. So if you see something like that private message, you click on it. If it's not Sifu's official Facebook accounts, the official Facebook channel or YouTube, then don't trust it. It's that simple. Because there are people. we just recently I saw someone posting where they are, they're setting up this account and using my name and selling, offering HTC at a discount. It's just this kind of stuff, right? Just be careful. And if you're not sure, always see anything suspicious, report to support, and they would be able to help you with that. We actually even have people who set up, even Desmond is a lot.
At
We
least
ha-
once a week, I have to clear my Facebook and Instagram. There's
so
at least
people pretending to be Desmond and then write this like long post
Yep.
to attack Sifu. So they're pretending to be Desmond, to write this long post, say, this is Desmond, I work with Dan, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they're impersonating and then they attack me.
Yep.
So
On Reddit, Quora, those
yeah.
places.
So on the to the outside, we're Desmond. I know that's Dan's right hand, and no, that's not him. Yep. You would think these things don't happen. No, it happens all the time.
We've had threats, all kinds of stuff come in, right?
Mhm.
Even a couple ones that the lawyers had to work on because they mentioned my family and things like that. So,
yeah,
you know,
we actually have some crazy people.
thanks to Sifu and the legal team, they shut them down.
Yep.
But some really crazy stuff.
Yeah, pretty
probably-
crazy stuff. Yeah. Well, because you got to understand this, that the scale of what we do, just think about this, right? At this point, let's say organic reach, we're probably at 50, 60, some good month, maybe 100, but let's say 50, 60 million reach per month. That's Sifu's social reach. 50 to 60 million reach per month. That's hundreds of millions of reach. Out of the hundreds of millions of people, there will be some bad apple. You don't need a lot. If 1% of those are bad apples, that's a lot of people. 1% of those are haters, there's a whole lot of people. That's 1 million people. That's 2 million people. Like, I want to give you that perspective that, yeah, if let's say out of, let's say, 10,000 XTC students, 1% is bad apple, that's 100 people. And not everybody is going to be good. I wish everybody's good, but that's not always the case. Right? Does that make sense? So you know what to do? So could Sifu count on you to nurture, to grow, to defend our brand and our family? Could Sifu count on you on that? Yes? And when you see something suspicious, report. And also, but more importantly, protect yourself. Just protect yourself. Just be aware. And a lot of these things you see is like, that sounds a little bit questionable. Right? They just don't listen. Yeah, we have even, unfortunately, one of our students, quite well-known, top students, very active before. He was actually raising money from XTC family to pay for his own stuff. And they say, oh, there's a big brother, sure, a little bit here, a little bit there, right? And then we found out that I had to kick him out. Yep. They trusted him. And he's always very positive, very supportive, right? And just raising money, just like, yeah. Make sense? Characteristic number 3, teamwork over lone wolf. So that's the reality. That's the world that we live in. Not always rainbow and sunshine. Sometimes that's the price of brand fame. Right? There's a price. There's no doubt. Privacy is an issue for me. There's no doubt. I know when I made a decision to impact as many people as possible, and Desmond knows that decision more than anybody else because he was there when I made the decision, right? Actually, if you could share the story, that would be great too. Would you like to know the story? Because there was a decision moment.
There
Right.
was, I remember we had first of all, it started off with a meeting. That day it was a branding meeting. It was a very full, long day. It
We're talking
started
a few
at,
years ago, a couple years, a
yep.
few years ago.
And at that time, things were growing and it was getting big. And I mean, Sifu, you could have easily just said, hey, we've already done a lot. We now can travel. We can go to Japan. We can go to wherever we want. We can go to Asia. We can travel. You go to, Caribbean, Hawaii, whenever we want. But then at the time we had that branding meeting, and after the branding meeting, we had a class. And I remember because the branding meeting went into overtime, I wasn't living where I was living at the time. My commute home was, to my home office was about an hour and a half. So you said, hey, just stay here. Let's do the class together here. You use that room, I'll use this room. So we finished the class, and it's quite a long class, right? You can imagine, Sifu's quite tired. So we walk out, and I met him in near the kitchen in the living room area. And we were looking out over the city, and Jenny was there as well too. And Sifu was looking at Jenny, and he's like, "What do you think? Desmond, what do you think? If we do this, we're gonna have to give up a lot of our privacy. We're gonna have to give up a lot of our freedoms." And I remember looking at Sifu, and I said, "Ooh." Because I've worked with a lot of celebrities. I've worked with a lot of very famous people. I've seen how they have zero privacy. I see how they get, it's a tough life. It's a very, very tough life. And, I said, well, Sifu, I mean, where the Locke family goes, the Soon family goes. If you do it, you can count on me. And then Jenny looked over at him, and I think Sifu was thinking Jenny might say, oh, no, don't do this. But no, Jenny looked at him and said, no, you should do it. You should definitely do this. Because I know you're passionate about this. You will not be satisfied if you don't do this. You always want to help people. And so then Sifu goes, are you sure? It's going to be a very big sacrifice. We're not going to be able to go out. We're not going to be able to, enjoy times when you and I go for dates together and we go out. People are going to recognize us. If we do this, it's going to go really big. And I'm going to have to put in a lot more effort than I've already put in. And I remember Jenny said, yep, you should do it. And then Sifu just nodded his head, and he turned and looked out the window.
And that was the moment. So when I made a decision to decide that, okay, this is the path we're going to take. And I know, because I want these, I don't hesitate a lot in my life. That was the time where I have hesitancy, because I knew what would happen. I just knew what would happen. And when I made a decision, then I was like, okay, here we go. And I do everything 1,000%. So I'm not gonna, we'll see what happens. No, if I made a decision, we're gonna do it. And that's when I decided to really be I don't want to see myself as an influencer, because I really see myself as a teacher. But then when I say, okay, we're gonna do this, then we're gonna impact people, then let's impact a lot of people. Let's not impact 1 million people. Let's impact 1 billion people. What would that look like? Yeah, and we made a choice. And fast forward today, it's amazing how much we've grown, and it's even more amazing to see how much more we could grow. But absolutely, when we are, it's definitely a sacrifice. That when it becomes, it's great, it's awesome, and not a day that goes by I'm not grateful. But fame does have its price, just like things that you just saw, I just shared with you. That it's real, it's real. And funny story, like, I don't know, probably a dozen times this happened when I'm going to the bathroom somewhere. In front of I'm just peeing, right? The guy next door, next stall, Nick looks at me. He's like, "Oh, you're Dan Locke! Oh my God!" Right? I watch your video. Can I shake your hand? I said, "Well, how about wash your hands first?" And then right in the bathroom, can I take a picture? And I would say, "Well, we're gonna take it outside." right? That happened to me probably a dozen times. No joke. No exaggeration. Probably a dozen times in the bathroom. And the other times, it sometimes gets a little bit inconvenient, right? Because Sifu wants to be like, it could be, it could be a fan that's been uh, studying me for a long time, or they follow me for a long time. I almost never, I don't think I've ever refused a picture. But when you go out, and sometimes there are times you can appreciate that where, I'm with Jenny, I just want our time together, right? I just want to have some quiet time. But when you're out there, it's like when you have just have in a restaurant, and then people come to you once, twice, three times for photos, then it gets a bit too much, right? Then it kind of but there is an issue. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It is an issue, right? So, and it's becoming more of an issue. It's no doubt. It's becoming more. So nowadays, I don't go to the mall too much because it becomes an issue, right? So Jenny would go, even, but sometimes when I do go, I need to disguise a bit. I need to wear my hat. Usually I wear my hat if I
Sifu, are you saying you do like Sherlock Holmes? You put on the mustache.
Yeah. Not the mustache, but I wear my hat. If I wear sunglasses, I get recognized a little bit less, but still.
Happened at the airport too.
Yeah, still.
If you maybe mess up your hair, Sifu, you look a little bit homeless, like Vikas sometimes.
Maybe I need to shop where Vikas shop. That's what it is.
That's right.
I need to lower myself up.
Oh no!
No, I'm teasing.
I know.
Teasing.
It's definitely it's an issue. It's an issue. Anyway, so teamwork over lone wolf. So low income losers, remember the C, focus on making money, but high ticket closers focus on building long-term wealth. And the way to create and build and sustain long-term wealth is to have a very solid foundation on your skill set. That's what wealth is. That's what financial confidence, what Steve has been teaching you. That financial confidence, no one could take it away. Once you know how it works, once you know how to close, truly know how to close, you'll never have to worry about money again, ever. Because you'll be able to close anything. Any product, any service, you could sell. Sales equals income. Write this down. Sales equals income. You can sell, you can create income. Anywhere. Doesn't matter what you sell, you could create income anytime. People who struggle with money, chances are they're not closers. They don't have closing skills. They don't know how to articulate their value. They don't know how to persuade someone to make a purchase. They don't know. They can't sell. It's that simple. They might have a great product. They might be great people. They might have a great personality. They can sell. They cannot produce income. You with me? Right? They can't. That's what it is. So if someone says, "Oh, I don't like sales," it's like they say, "I don't like income." That's what they say. I don't like to sell. You don't like income. You might as well say, "I don't like money," because they will have none. So as a closer, we love to close. We enjoy the process of closing. We enjoy using our closing skill to help people see things that they cannot see, to help them see the bigger picture, to help them overcome some of their lower self issues. Sell. You can't help them if you don't sell them. You have to sell them because people don't know. They don't know what's good for them. They actually don't know what's good for them. They don't even know what they need. So you need to, so the best way, if even there's a chance for you to help, you got to sell them. You have to sell them. And don't be afraid if you kind of push a bit. It's okay. Doesn't mean we are turning into green monsters. What Sifu is saying is, don't be afraid of that discomfort of you're pushing, right? You're pushing for them to take an action. There are basically 4 ways to make money. How many ways? 4 ways to make money. Pretty much the whole world. One way or the other, one form, one shape, one another. There are basically only 4 ways to make money. Number 1, you make money by working. You can make money by working either as an employee or working for yourself, self-employed, right? You're trading your time for money. This is true as true for a solo practicing doctor or a lawyer or an assembly line worker or someone who works at McDonald's, a cashier. So as a worker, there are only 2 ways to increase the amount of money you make: by either working more hours or by developing more skills. Why does a brain surgeon make more money than a family doctor? Because the brain surgeon has more skills, more specialized skills. So first way to make money by working, right? Which is, by the way, a majority of the population. Number 2, you can make money by selling. Make money by what? Selling. That's level 2. You can make money by selling things as a closer, as a copywriter. And copywriting is nothing more than closing in print. Instead of using your voice, you're using your keyboard, using your pen. And as a closer, the money you make does not depend on so much on the time that you put into it. What counts are the 3 things. Think about it. Could a closer be talking to let's say, to 10 prospects, 10 hours, closes nothing, versus a closer, same 10 hours, close 3 sales? So both equally put in 10 hours. One makes 0 commission, one makes a lot of commissions. So it is not relevant to the time. Now, could it be possible a closer closes a huge, massive 6-figure deal with 1 phone call? So the money you make does not depend so much on the time you put into it. What counts are 3 things? Write this down. This is very, very key. Number 1, how good you are at closing. Number 2, the size of your commission. And number 3, the price of the things that you sell. So how good you are at closing, meaning your closing ratio. Write this down, your closing ratio. The size of a commission, meaning, are you getting 5%? Are you getting 6%? Are you getting 10%? Are you getting 15%? That's the size of commission. Number 3, the transaction size, the price of the things that you sell. Are you selling a $3,000 thing, $2,000 thing, $10,000 thing, $50,000 thing? Those are the 3 things, 3 factors that affect your income, the amount of money that you make as a closer. You got it? Then, so think about just from transitioning from a worker to a closer. This is why people who learn closing, doesn't matter copywriting, closing in print or verbally, there's jumped in income because it's a different way of earning money. Make sense? It's a different way of earning money. You're not earning money by working, you're earning money by selling. Although you're still earning money, but the way you're earning it is completely different. Then you're not tied to exactly the time, the value, the time and dollar exchange anymore. It's more like, okay, what kind of results you can produce. So that's number 2. Why some of the people, some of the highest paid professionals in the world are closers. This is why. And then you can make money by owning. By what? By owning. That's number 3. You make money by owning assets. If you own income producing assets like real estate, you can make money from your rental income. if you own and run an active business, if you know how to lead and build a team, that's what business is all about. You can make money through its profits by owning assets, by owning things. If you're owning stock that produces dividends, you make money by owning things. And you think about a team structure, what Sifu has shared with you, right? This example, our internal closing team. How many of you can see this is a team structure, a closing team, right? So by creating this team here, right? By leading and owning this team, the team produces income. That's make money by owning something. By owning something, it also means when it's producing income without my time involvement. So now, not only how much I make, not just selling, it doesn't have a lot to do with, not much to do with my time that I put into it. This has nothing to do with my time. Except the time initially I need to set it up. So it's not a direct, okay, I put in X, I get Y in terms of time investment. You see what I mean? And then number 4 is you make money by lending. Now you have your money working for you. You make money not by working harder or even acquiring high income skills or even profits or salary. At this level, you make money on the money that you lend, on the interest that you charge for that money. Banks, investment companies, money managers, some of the wealthiest people in the world make money by lending and owning. However, you can get there without going through level 2. Some people, a lot of time, oh, I want you to jump into lending. Well, how much money you got to lend? 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000? It's nothing. You need to accumulate that capital first with your skills so you got money to lend. So you can put your money to work. How many have heard of the saying, it takes money to make money? It's not true. It's a fucking lie. It's not true. It doesn't, that's what your mom tells you, your dad tells you. No, it takes skills to make money. It doesn't take money to make money. Because with high income skill, you can pick up the phone. You can create money out of thin air. It doesn't require a dollar. All it takes is my skills. It takes skills to make money. What it takes skills to make money, and then it takes money to invest money. It takes skills to make money, takes money to invest money. You got to increase the income first. Get the income coming in. Then you can invest. Otherwise, how are you going to invest? It's like, oh, people, I have a little bit of income coming in. I buy that one little house. It's throwing off, $50 in cash flow. What difference does it make? Seriously. You're gonna buy something big. You're gonna buy something, buy more. Don't buy one, buy 10, buy 20. can do it without income. Income is king. You need income. To create income, you need skills. So those are the 4 ways to make money. Pretty much everything in the world pretty much boils down to, kind of falls into one of these categories. It's pretty simple. Which way do you think the school system teaches you to make money with? Number 1. That's all you know. That's what most people only know. Anything outside of that is unrealistic. It's risky. It's a scam. It's impossible. It's not normal. Because that's the only way that they know how to make money. So does it take money to make money? No, it takes skills to make money, but it takes money to invest money. Now you put your money to work. So the most efficient way and most effective way to build wealth, especially true if you're starting from zero. See if you started with zero. Low income, no net worth, in debt, is simply to move from a worker, make money by working, to a closer, make money by selling, then later on to an owner, and then to a lender or banker. It's pretty simple. That is the most efficient and most effective way to build wealth. Which, if you think about it, is really high income skills, wealth triangle, scalable business, and high return investments. Why do we make it so complicated? That's the formula to wealth. Does that sound like some cryptocurrency to you? Does that sound like some Forex trading bullshit to you? No. That's it. Whenever you're confused, whenever you're lost, just think about this. Goes back to wealth triangle. I need my high income skills. I need to maximize my income. I need to work on that. Income is king. Get the income coming in. Either you invest, start, buy, partner in some kind of scalable business. You don't have to start one, by the way. It's not necessary. There are many ways to do it. Then use that profit to put into high return investments. That's it. You don't need anything else. Don't buy into anything else. That's all you need. You don't need some secret offshore investment. That's all you need if you want to have wealth in life. And you never stop that skills. You always remain the high income skills. You always have the income, because income is king. You always have the income coming in again and again and again. That flow, the income flow, it never stops. It never stops, right? More income you have, the more you can invest. You never stop. That's why I never stop investing myself, because I need to upgrade my earning ability every year. What should you do? Every year, your income needs to be going up. Not by 1 or 2%. Not 3%. Your income needs to be going up by 10, 20, 30, 40% every year if you want a shot to become wealthy. Your income is not growing by 10, 20% a year, something is wrong. Every year. Because it means you're not upgrading your skills. Because the marketplace doesn't see the value you're providing. But again, if you tell your friends and family, Oh, I'm going to increase my income by 10, 20, 30% every year. They're like, you're fucking nuts. I say if you don't increase it by 20, 30, 40% a year, I say you're fucking nuts. Because you will never get ahead without that. Think about it. How can you get ahead if you're not increasing it by that kind of percentage? How are you going to have money to invest? How are you going to have money to pay off your debt? To do anything, in fact? You see, like, YC is pushing you. Fuck, you got to invest in yourself. What the fuck are you waiting for? To get that 30, 40% of income increase, do you think you just need to be 30, 40% better? No, you need to be hundreds of percent better in order to get 30, 40% increase. Because the marketplace usually undervalues you a bit. And it also takes time to ramp up. So if you're 200-300% better, you might increase your income by 20, 30%, 40%. What about next year? If you're not improving by another hundreds of percent, your income will stay the same. That urgency. Think about your own income. Put in the chat. In the last, since you've been working 2, 3, 4, 5 years, year after year, what's the increase? Tell me. %, 2%, 2%, 0.5%, 4%, 60% like that. Minus 10%, 0%. Double, nice. Like the numbers, think about it, the numbers are embarrassing. So let's factor in inflation. Thank you. Let's factor in inflation. So if you increase your income by 3% a year, inflation is 3% a year, you have not increased your income. If inflation is 3%, you actually minus percentage. You have not improved your skills. You're staying in the same spot. That's a fact. You have not grown. You can sugarcoat it however you want. You have not grown. Can you see? So it's not about making money. It's not about, oh, I'll make more. Like I'm greedy. It's not about that. Money is a reflection of your growth. Closing, it's just personal development attached to your commission checks. That's all it is. You have not grown. Does that make sense? What do you need to do then? Year after year. I'll tell you what I would do if I was you. I go fucking all in with skills. Don't talk to me about anything else. I go like total focus. All in with skills. 1000%. I don't increase my skill. I don't increase my income. I'll never get out of this shit. I'm just running around. And I would want to be so fucking good. Every year, I'm going to challenge myself to be better, to be better, to be better, to be better. I always set a goal. Income, 50% a year. That's what I would set. And you got to do it year after year. So if you do it first year, good. Can you do it the second year? So think about it. You're making 3,000. You increase your income by 50%. Let's say you're 3,000 from 5,000. Well, it's still not a lot. You got to go from that 5,000 to 7,500. 7,500 to 10,000. Not by demanding it, not by going on strike like a fucking union, by working on yourself. And you deliver so much value, it's easy for the marketplace to pay you that. You got to do it for many years consecutively. So then you have the extra income to be able to now invest. That's how you get free. That's how you become wealthy. It's a pretty straightforward formula. Anyone that struggles, pretty much, they're not doing it. Anyone that becomes wealthy, pretty much they're doing that. And once you know the skills, you know you're not gonna, if you keep upping your skills, you're not gonna fall back to the old income level. If you're increasing it by 30, 40%, you don't have to worry about, oh my God, am I gonna go back? If you're making, let's say from 3,000, 4,000, 5, 10,000, are you gonna go back to 3,000? You only fall back on your income because your skill set has stalled. You're not growing. It's very, very cruel, but that's what it is. You're not investing in yourself. Marketplace always pays for value. And what determines your value is your skills. Let's say your goal is $120,000 a year. That's your annual income goal. Remember this math that Siva shared with you in the past. Let's say your client, your business account, your influencer has a $5,000 offer, a high ticket offer. Your commission is 10%. Remember this math, right? Every sale that you make $500, right? You with me? $500. Your closing ratio using your cheesy skill, 1 out of 5, 20%. You talk to 5 qualified prospects a day. You close 1 sale a day. $500, 1 sale a day, $500. You work 5 days a week, $2,500 a week. We're using a high income skill. Take 2 days off. You talk to 5 people a day. That's your $10,000 a month. You understand this math, right? That's the math. That's the very basic math of our high ticket closing model. I can put it on a napkin. It is simple. It is not easy. It's actually fucking easy if you have the skill. It's not easy because you don't have the skill yet. I would be embarrassed if I close a $5,000 deal. I would be slapping my lower self if I'm closing a $5,000 deal. Why am I closing so little? I would be slapping myself if I'm closing 1 out of 5. That means I'm doing something horribly wrong. My closing ratio should be way higher than that. No, my closing ratio is it's no way 100%. It is 100% if the person is qualified and able and there's a need. If they don't have a need, they're not qualified, disqualify them. But if there is actually a need, they're not bullshitting, they actually have a need, they are qualified, absolutely, then it's very close to 100%. That's the math. So let's give you a completely different way of looking at it. Okay. This is a secret why I accomplish more in a year than what most people in a lifetime. and that is the process of reverse engineering. So we talked about 120K a year, annual income goal, 10,000 a month, right? 10%, $500, 5 sales, five calls, 1 close per day. You got that, right? That's the math, but that's not how I see it. Here's how I see it. Doesn't matter if you're closing for yourself, even better. You keep most of that money. If you're closing for your own product and services, you get a business account. You find an influencer. We're going to use bad numbers here. Let's say approach 20 potential prospects and one say yes, they'll hire you as a closer. That means you get 19 rejections. So let's say I go to 3 live events. I talk to people. Remember, one of the best ways to connect with people, add value, pull the Desmond, do that, connect the phone number, right? From there, I talk to 20 people, I close 1, 19 rejections. Even if I close 1, it might fall through. Who knows? Maybe people change their mind. So just in case, let me close 2. That means I would probably need to talk to 40 people to get the 2. Yes? You follow me? That's the number. So my question for myself is not how do I get that? So no, my question is how fast can I get to those 19 rejections? Would I be disappointed if I get rejected? No. I'm just paying my price. That's what it is. So, but then what most new closers do, they talk to 2 people, oh, I get 2 rejections. I feel hurt. You're supposed to get 20. $19. You got 17 to go. Stop bitching. Let's go. So see, when you look at numbers like this, 2, 3, 4, let's say you get 10 rejections in a row, would you be disappointed or would you be excited? Why would you be excited? Because you know you're very fucking close. Look at the close. So let's say we close 20%. Look at it, the math differently. That means 100 phone call, you close 20%, 1 out of 5, 20 phone call. That means disqualification, rejection, 80. Right? You can understand the math, right? That's 80 rejections. 20 call, $500 commission, 10K a month. So here's the question. How the hell are we going to get to 10K a month if you don't get the 80 rejections? And yet you avoid the rejections. You don't like the rejections. You get 2 rejections. Oh. You're supposed to get 80 a month to get the 10K a month. Rejections are part of the success. It's not even I got to go through. It's not go through it. It's not even go through it. It's you will not hit that number without it. So you got 30 rejections in 2 weeks. Good. You got 70 to go. Let's go. Money is math. See if we taught you that already. Money is math. It's not complicated. But yet, if you make 10 call, and you wonder, oh, how come see if I'm not hitting 10K a month? Because you've only made 10 calls. Oh. What if you get 30 rejections in a row? Can you see how you will never get to your yes without the no? And guess what? The more money you want to make, the more no's you want to get. The highest pay closers in XTC, the most successful closers get more no's than anybody else. You're not getting enough no's. That's why you don't get enough yes. Six-figure closers, hundreds of no's. Seven-figure closer, thousands of no's. How many no's have you gotten? Direct reflection, direct correlation to income. So ask yourself, what is the fastest way for me to get to 80 rejection calls every month? It's not to, oh, how do I get 80 rejections? Let's go. That's how fast you will get to a 10K a month. So don't be discouraged and say, oh, he's a no. It's like say the one day, just like that day, no luck, 5 call, 5 no's. Next day, 5 calls, 5 no's. That's 10 no's in a row. Oh man, this sucks. This is horrible. Your spy starts talking. That means you have 70 more to go. And suddenly one day, you close 4 out of 5, make up for all the losses. Boom. And in the beginning, when your skills are not quite there yet, do you think you're going to experience more no's than yes? Maybe your closing ratio is not 1 out of 5. Maybe it's 1 out of 6, 1 out of 7. But if you keep at it, role playing, go back to the dojo, even if in the beginning you start off with 1 out of 7, with time, with practice, could you get to 1 out of 6? Could you get to 1 out of 5? Could you get to 1 out of 4? 1 out of 3? How fast can I get those rejections? You'll be like, great, here's another one. Good, boom, cross it off. Cross it off. You see, that's a true closer mentality. This is our math. 1 out of 5, $5,000 offer, 80 rejections, you get your 10K. But you want to get to the 10K without the 80 rejections. That's the problem. You want to be liked. You be comfortable. Can you see why you want to love those rejections? And are they really rejections anyway? If you use XTC in closing call, no, you reject them anyway. It's not a rejection. It's disqualification. It's like, you know what? I don't think it's a good fit for you. Move on. You disqualified them. As a high ticket closer, you reject them. They don't reject you. You're in control of the call. If you've got the chops, right? You've got the skills. You're in control of the call. You disqualify them. So don't wish things were easier. Wish you were better. Because good things, anything significant, especially when it comes to skill development, is never easy. It's simple. It's not easy. It's not easy because you're learning it. Think of anything outside than, anything beyond than just closing. Anything, sports, again, instrument, any kind of skill, cooking, crafting something, painting, writing songs. Which skill, if you want to get any good, doesn't take time? Doesn't take, if not thousands, hundreds of hours of practice. But somehow, when it comes to making money, people think, hey, give me 10 hours. Now I know how to make money. I spend my life learning money. I'm still learning money. Seriously. They buy some course, they watch 10 hours of video. Most people don't even fucking watch it. They watch 10 hours of video. They spend 10 hours of the time learning about something. And then money just rolls in. That's why I said I don't count the days. I just focus on becoming better because it would reflect in the results. Losers count the fucking days. I don't want to be good. I want to be fucking great. You don't have to be this great. But don't focus on those days. It's distraction for you. It's just distraction for you. It doesn't help you. If in fact, it might have a negative effect. Skills. Just focus on skills. When do you know you have the skills? When do you know you've got the skills? When you're making the money. That's it. You're making 10K a month. Your skill is worth 10K a month. That's how good your skill is. You're making 20K a month. Your skill is worth 20K a month. It's simple. That's why I said as a 6-figure closer, hundreds of rejections. When you get hundreds of rejections, you get one of these and closes in black. In fact, think about anyone, any of your brothers and sisters winning that award. You go talk to them. How many rejections you got? They'll be like, oh, hundreds, thousands, I don't know, a lot. What you won't hear is, oh, no, I get a couple here and there, but not many. Do you think you're going to hear that? Is there any way that they could get to that without hundreds of rejections? There's no way. There is no way. Who is committed getting a 6-figure closer award at CIB? Are you committed? Are you committed? And then once you hit that 6-figure, what's next? The fastest way to transition from a closer to an owner is by building and leading a team. By, remember, Make money by working, make money by selling, then make money by owning. And the way you do that is by building and leading a team, because that's how you create, write this down, leverage. So, would you like Steve to show you some of the math, how this works? Or should we skip it? You wouldn't be interested in that. I'm teasing you. I'm teasing you. So, from a closer, the math of the 10K, you got it, right? Well, you can't close. You can't get to 7-figure unless you close something like such as something outrageously high ticket. But for the norm, you're not going to get to that 7-figure as a lone wolf individual closer. You got it, right? You only so many hours in the day, even if you close 100% of those calls. Okay, the way you do it is through this math. Let's say your goal is to hit $1.2 million a year. That's 12 times, no, 10 times what I just shared with you. $1 million, 1.2 million, $100,000 per month. Here we go. Stick with me. It's a business account pays you 15% commission. 15%. Same thing, your closers, your team makes 10%. Typically, what we're talking about. You as the leader, let's say you make 5% for managing and leading the team. Now you're managing, coaching a group of closers now, not just by yourself. You could still close. But now we're just talking about the team aspect. You got it? Yes? Okay. You got it, right? Okay. Your closers close the same $5,000 package, talks to the same 5 prospects a day. They make 1 sale a day, $500. They're you. Your closer works 5 days a week, $2,500 a week. Your closer makes $10,000 a month, but you also makes $5,000 a month as a closer because they get 10%. You get 5%. So $10,000 a month for them, $5,000 a month for you. You have 20 closers making 10K a month. That's $100,000 a month for you. That's $1.2 million a year. 20 closers. You help them make 10K a month. That's 100K. So what Steve was saying, your focus is to help your brothers and sisters, help 20 of them get the 6-figure closer award, right? How many? 20 of them to get the 6. You've done it. Now you need to help 20 of them get to where you were. You help 20 of them get there, you get one of these. Then you get $1.2 million and the recognition of being a 7-figure closer. By the way, what's your overhead? What's your expense? What if it takes you a few years to be able to grow to that not that it takes time, but it takes time for you to develop your leadership skill. Hell, a lot fucking better than buying a lottery ticket. Then you transition from selling. Now, could you still close while you're managing and leading a team? But now when you're this good, do you think you're just closing $5,000 packages? Do you think you're still closing 5K? No. What should you be closing at? Maybe some B2B deals, right? The 25K, the 35K, 50K type deal, right? You still get your 10%. Because now you've been around. Some B2B deal. Okay, that's just icing on the cake. That's just extra money. So you're closing, cool. And out of that 20, when you're closing B2B deal, let's say you can't handle that many call, could you pick one of the top closers within your team out of the 20, pick that number one person, but also help them transition and give them some of those B2B opportunities? Those 20, 30, 40, 50, $100,000 deal. Have that person help you close those deals as well. Oh, you could do that? Could you? That's the path. And that's the high ticket millionaire path. See if we cannot make it simpler than that. First, you learn B2C, then you learn B2B. Outbound, inbound, well-rounded. Then level 6, you lead a team. Using leverage. You're focusing on not just your own personal skill, but how do you grow and nurture your team? Being a leader. Now, not just becoming the best closer you could be, but becoming the best leader that you could be. When you can do that, then you can scale companies. That's the whole high ticket millionaire journey path. For some, it might take 2 years. For some, it might take 3 years. For some, it might take 5 years. I don't know you. Effort is your responsibility. That's the path. Could you see how different level requires additional skills? That every level is another devil, right? How could you lead a team if you're not well-rounded, if you're not well-trained? Be able to handle B2C, B2B, inbound, outbound, doesn't matter. You've got the skill sets to do them all. And to teach others on how to do it. And the way you ascend is simply by your results. When you're producing at a high level, you can't just write a check for HTM. No, not for what we do. Let's get you to that 6-figure award first. See how you demonstrate your leadership. It's by invitation only. And see who would know, the team would know. It's actually super obvious who are the leaders. Because we've seen enough. We know who has demonstrated leadership quality, who is the go-giver, who is good with nurturing people. For some, there's some closers, the best they could do, it is B2B closing, but only closing for them, like one person. That's it. They're not good with leading a team. They're just like, that's great. And they're making 6-figure, multiple 6-figure, they're happy. It's like, I don't want to deal with people seafood. That's not my thing. That's great. That's fine. For some, they're like, yeah, I want to grow. I could be that leader. I'm comfortable leading people. I'm comfortable coaching people. Not only I could close, I could teach. I could replicate results. Then we're talking a different game, right? That you get more excited. Like, see what I get my 6-figure closer award. That's exciting, but I like to help my brothers and sisters get one of these. I want them to bring one of these home. I want to share what I know, everything I've got, to help them get one of these. I don't just want to help one, I want to help 10, 20, 30 of them. If that's you, then that's a very basic qualification in my mind to be a leader. To be a leader. Now here's what's very, very crazy. What if your closers, your closing team, in the beginning, let's say, remember what I said, the 1 that are very good. That's very good. You transition that person, you transition her to helping you with B2B, right? What if your team gets very, very good? The whole team now is selling higher ticket. Now, in the beginning, they're selling 5K, right? Do you think in 3 years, they're still selling 5K? Like if they're still selling 5K, everybody, no, hopefully some of them could sell a little bit more, right? They could sell a little bit more. So what would the math look like? Instead of selling a $5,000 package, what if they sell a $10,000 package? Not even 25, 35, let's just double that. On top of what you're earning. 20 closers, they double the income at 20,000 a month through leverage. You've doubled your income at 200K. Now you're at 2.4 million US. Now go buy that investments. Now you've got money to go buy the investments. Now you make money by lending, by owning more things. Don't go buy liability. Go buy that investments. Put that money into high return investments. In the meantime, you have your skills. Don't stop. You keep improving your skills. Keep improving your skills, your earning ability, so you have more money to invest. When you have that money, now the investments are throwing off cash. When you can live off just on the cash flow from your investments, you are really wealthy. You're really wealthy. It's not so much the amount, because it depends on your lifestyle. But that is FU money. That's right. That is FU money. Now you're utilizing your skills to make money because you're so good at it. You're doing a few $1 million a year with your leadership, with your closing skills. You probably wouldn't want to stop. Because now it's not so much about, oh, I just want to make more. No, now you're focusing on how can I help? If I can help 20, why can't I help 30? Why can't I help 40? You already know how to do it. You've walked the path. You already have developed the skills. It's like, it's stupid not to do it. It's selfish not to do it. You with me? It's selfish not to do it. Now you want to do more because you already know how to do it. And you just keep growing. Then it becomes a very interesting game. Then you're not doing it because, oh, I want to pay the bills and all that. That's a very beginner level goal. You're not doing it because you want another fucking car, by the way. You already have the car. You already have 2 cars. You barely drive them. You're closing. You're having fun. Can you see this is a way different way of thinking, a way different way of life than what you are accustomed to. But that's how money works. Like, that's truly how money works. So don't listen to other people that make it so complicated for you. No. Get the 6-figure, using your closing skill, develop your leadership skill, help your brother and sister get a 6-figure, you get a 7-figure. Don't blow that money. Use that money towards investment, so it throws off cash flow. You're good. That's it. Oh, come on, Sifu, it's got to be more complicated than that. That is it. Don't make it. It's just, yeah. It's simple. It's not easy, but it is simple. The question is that what you want to do? And it may not be. Actually, it may not be what you want to do, right? For some, you're happy closing B2C, comfortable, 100K a year. That's cool. Like I said, some would be happy with that. Danny used what I taught her. Made $2.2 million in profits 2 years. Some students would take what I teach, make 100K. Some would take what I teach and make nothing. Some would take what I teach and make 2.2 million. Effort is whose responsibility? Your responsibility. Yeah. And that's how, to me, earning income, or this should be the fun aspect. That's where when you're growing, you're improving yourself, you're learning more skills, you're generating more money. Like that growth, it's very addictive. It's a good kind of addiction. There's bad addiction, there's good addiction. I believe human beings were all addicted to something, by the way. We're all addicted to something, one form or another. Right? Some people are addicted to nicotine. Some people are addicted to drugs, right? Some people are addicted to sugar. Right? I'm addicted to honey green tea, maybe. Perhaps. Right? But I am addicted to significance. There's no doubt in my mind. Because I feel sad. I feel unfulfilled if I'm not like, and and if not impacting people, I'm not transforming people's lives, I feel very bored. I feel very bored. This is why I said golf, fishing, none of those things interest me. It's very boring for me. And in some way, it's very, very exhausting, because it's like I have this addiction of I can change this person's life, and sometimes they don't want their life changed, right? It happens too. Sometimes they're not swimming towards me. It happens. Sometimes I would feel, okay, I could help this person. What about that person? Can I help that person? Right? You have, like, I have this, like, how many gratitude letters do I need? How many boxes do I need? Right? It's just like, it's like the story of a young man, like at the beach, like picking up these starfish and throwing back to the ocean, and then an older gentleman walks by and say, "Hey, what are you doing, young man?" And the young man just keeps picking the starfish, throwing back to the ocean. And then the older gentleman is like, "Well, it doesn't help. You've got thousands of starfish. What difference does it make? What difference does it make?" The young man just keeps running and talking, replying sometimes, and then he grabs one starfish and throws back to the ocean, because thousands would die, right? And then the young man looks at the older gentleman and said, "Well, it makes a difference for that starfish." And he just keeps on doing it. And I felt like that. I felt like, it's like one more person I could impact. That's one more person. And Sifu's already impacted so many, but I just feel like that's one more. I need my kick. Right? I need my kick. Like, okay, let's do one more. Let's do one more. Let's do one more. And I could tell you, I would do this for the rest of my life, just so you know. Some form of teaching. Maybe in different ways. Because then later on, it would be you guys sharing the spotlight. You will be the next generation of leaders, co-instructors. You will be teaching, not me. I'm training a whole generation of leaders that you will be leading the XTC family. Then Sifu was simply, I'm the founder, really, of HTC, but then you are the leader. It's not one person. Like, how could Sifu lead such a big group? It's not about me anymore. It's not about me even for now. It grew way beyond that. And I'm happy. I'm happy, more than happy to share the spotlight. That makes me proud. I would love to pass the torch and say, take it, do it. Do it. Because that means that, okay, I've done what I wanted to do. And I keep creating. I would just teach in a different way. That maybe I spend more time working with more the high-tech millionaires, the leaders who are that small group that are really propelling the entire HTC organization forward. I'll spend more time doing that. It's just shifting. I'm still teaching, just in a different level. And that's great. That's great. Like that's how I see it. I can't evolve to that if I don't develop leaders. I can't do what I want to do, create what I see, the vision I have without leaders. I need a lot of leaders. Like, could you see it's not one person's. Like, it's not like one lone wolf thing here. There's nothing lone wolf about this at all, right? There's nothing lone wolf about this, right? And what's the joy? What's the fun when you're trying to do it alone? How much light I could create with one candle? Why not brighten up the room with hundreds and thousands of tens of thousands of candles? That's how I see it. I never see it as, how many could tell, like, Sifu gives you everything I've got. When I teach you, I give you everything I've got. Always 100%, if not more. I don't hold back. It's not, oh, I'm going to, just tell you some secrets, but not the others. I'm going to teach you something. No, everything I've got. The only thing that's preventing me from doing that is I don't want to give you too much you cannot digest. That's the only thing. It's not that I don't want to give. It's I know as my teaching ability, if I give you too much, if you're overwhelmed, then you shut down. So I need to give you what you could handle. Not that I don't want to give you. I want to give you a lot more. But I know just by giving that, it's overwhelming. So I need to give you just enough you could digest, internalize, implement, then come back for more, and then I give you some more. Internalize, digest, and implement. And you get better bit by bit, bit by bit. And that's what I love. That, to me, that's a sign of a good teacher. When you're teaching others in the future, always do that. Don't teach to impress. Professors, schools, PhDs, they teach to impress. They go through all this calculus, all this stuff, like fucking complicated stuff. They don't give a shit if you get it or not. They just want to impress you how intelligent they are, right? How much they know. No, that's not a sign of a good teacher. That's an asshole. That's an arrogant prick. The sign of a good teacher is you teach at the level that the student would understand, would accept, would get. Not more than they could, like just a little bit stretch, but not so much that they shut down. So that it builds their confidence so that they want to learn more. And you give them some more. See, how many of you, when you were in school, right? Because the professor gave you too much, maybe in the first few classes, you like the class, and afterwards you're like, I don't fucking get it. Then you just like shut down. You don't want to listen to it anymore, right? You don't want to learn. Then you lose the passion for learning. A good teacher needs to inspire the passion for learning. If there's nothing you get out of HTC, I hope that by the time we finish tonight, that passion for learning never stops for you. That would be my goal. They just keep learning. Doesn't matter from me or from anybody, from somebody else. Doesn't really matter. But that passion for learning, that hunger for learning, that I hope that I've ignited that within you. and you just want to learn. It reminds you that, oh, learning could be fun. That learning could be exciting. Learning could be joyful. Learning could be so fulfilling. Learning doesn't have to be a draining activity. I would love to pick up that book. I want to listen to that podcast. Didn't want to before, but now, yeah, I want to watch that video. And that bit by bit. If I have done that, I'm very happy. I'm very happy. You could hustle your way to 6-figure, but you can never hustle your way to 7-figure. Write this down. For those who aspire to make 7-figure. You could definitely work hard, hustle, 6-figure, maybe even multiple 6 figures. You're not going to get a 7-figure. Hustle your way there. Because to get to that level, the word is not hustle, the word is leverage. You need leverage to get there. There's no such thing as a self-made millionaire. Every millionaire is team-made. It's the team that made that happen. Self-made is like, oh, it did it on my own. No, I think the motivation for sure, the drive, sure, self-driven, sure, but absolutely, it's because you have people around you helping you. That includes your mentor. That includes your advisor. That includes the people around you. That includes your team members. It's a team. Absolutely is teamwork. The lone wolf mentality, that doesn't work. That's a big money by working mentality. It's just we growing up, no one taught you how to work with a team unless you play sports. How many of you play sports? If you play sports, team sports, you know what Steve was talking about. Any kind of team sports, isn't it always teamwork? You don't play against a team with just by yourself. That's how it is. Business, that's how it is. It's always about others. And it's the easiest way to win. And it's a great way to win because all you need to do is help your team win, then you win. That's leadership. Not ego, not pride, not, oh, looking good, none of this bullshit. No, help them win. In fact, if you help your brothers and sisters, 20, 30 of them, hit 6-figure, is there any chance, is it even possible for you not to get that 7-figure? Like, you can't fail. You just can't fail. But if you focus on, oh, I'm going to get that 7-figure. No. That's not going to get you there. So it's very ironic. It's very ironic. 6-figure, focus on yourself, be selfish, incredibly selfish, take care of your own stuff. To get to the next level, now I need to reverse it and you become generous because you already got the skills. Now you need to give. But when you're struggling with it's 5-figure, try to give too much, how much could you give without feeling drained? How much could you give when you're struggling? So work on your own stuff first, right? Mind your own business, mind your own skill sets, get to the 6-figure, you're comfortable. Now you can switch. Now you can, because now you're fine. You're taken care of. You've got income. coming in. Then you can focus on, okay, who can I help? Who can I develop? And I'm not talking about helping by, like a little bit of help. I'm talking like fucking all in. Because isn't it in your best interest to help your brothers and sisters? Give everything you've got, share all your best practices, help them to get to that 6-figure ASAP, because that helps you. But you don't need to think about you. You just need to help them. And by helping them, you're helping Sifu, you're helping yourself, it helps the entire organization. Same thing with Sifu. I don't need to focus on me. If I could create 7-figure closers, if I could create hundreds of 7-figure closers, hundreds of 7-figure closers, thousands of 6-figure closers, is there any doubt that in your mind that Sifu will be incredibly wealthy? Super wealthy. Yeah. I don't need to think about it. I don't need to spend a minute thinking about it. And by that time, who cares? I'm not doing it for the money. It's just what we do. We're able to create so much abundance that there's abundance for everybody, versus not the bullshit belief that people have. Oh, someone makes money, someone has to lose money. No. In order for us to create abundance, guess what? Think about if we created hundreds of 7-figure closers within HTC, thousands of 6-figure closers, how much value we are generating for companies and entrepreneurs. You tell me. Could we generate that kind of abundance without first helping the business accounts, the business owners, so they make more, we make more, you help your brothers and sisters make more, we all make more. We just created way more value in the marketplace. Everybody wins. In fact, we will not win if we don't do it. We will not get to the millions and tens of millions and all the money you want to make if we don't first make other people money. That's beautiful. Not the Wall Street bullshit where someone loses money and then some money manager makes all the fucking money, right? No. That's not the model I like. Why couldn't we create abundance? Why do we have to like screw someone over to make money? Why can't we just help them, help their family, and help the business to make money, and then we make money? Life is much more enjoyable. Much more enjoyable. So if you haven't done so, and this is what you want, Sifu has laid out the path. I've given you the path, B2C, B2B. If you aspire to be a leader, Inner Circle is a place to do it. fumoney.com/inner circle. This is your last chance. If you are listening, I know we have previous graduates. If you see this new path, this is what we've laid out, and you didn't join Inner Circle from the past, and you know now is the time, apply. Apply and give everything you've got. Role play. All in on your skills. That skill set will serve you for the rest of your life. Learning it is a bitch. I know that. Me learning it in the beginning, it was even harder. I wish I have someone. I wish I have a Sifu like me to teach me versus going through the school of hard knocks. Someone will role play with me. Oh my goodness, I'll be on Discord every day. I wish someone would give me that step by step, that I didn't have to figure it out. It's challenging. It was very, very challenging. Role play. That learning curve initially was steep. Once you break through that ceiling, then you're comfortable. Then it gets easier. Then we upgrade you to the next level of skill, right? The B2B. Then you hit the ceiling again, break through that. Is this step? It is this step. But you have to make the decision. This is what you want. It's what you really want. If that's what you want, see who will help you. It's my best interest to help you. I can grow. We can grow with our leaders, with our closers. I've got so much I want to teach, so much I want to share. 7 week, 8 week is not enough. It's like a tip of the iceberg. How many of you been with me more than a year now? It's just, how many would agree that 1 year is like nothing? It's like 1 year out, 1 year flew by. Yeah, there's a lot to grow. There's still a lot to learn. Yeah, just the beginning is so much. There's so much. So much I want to share, so much I want to teach. How much you could, but again, I need to go back to what I said. A good teacher gives you what you could handle. This pushing you outside of the comfort zone, but not too much that you shut down. Just like, it's like, I know you can do 10 push-up. Let's push you 11, but not like 30 that you hurt yourself. It's like, yeah, you can do one more. Little bit more. And isn't it interesting for my inner circle students looking at now, like a lot of HTC classes, what seemed overwhelming in the past, now it's like, oh, fundamental, basic. And you couldn't believe how much now since then, like back then to now, how much more you know, right? But I know you want to come back. You like to come back because to be reminded of certain fundamentals. I know that's why you're here. Not that you don't know it, you know it already, but you like to refresh, right? You like to just remind yourself of let's do some basics, right? You might hear 1 or 2 golden nuggets. Oh, some new aha moments, some new distinctions. That's what you're looking. You're not looking for new knowledge. You're looking for distinctions, some more clarity. Yes, some reminder. That's why you're here, right? Which is great. That's great. Characteristic number 4. I love this one. Expectation over distraction. Expectation over distraction. I always love this lesson. It's one of those lessons that when I learned it truly changed my life. People talk about the law of attraction, but very much they ignore the law of expectation. I talked about this at the first Closers in Black CIB event. If you watched that video, you would have seen some of these lessons. If you haven't, let's see, we'll go through it. Now, Closers in Black is happening 2021. I think it's when you go to Closers in Black, when you see your brothers and sisters, then it gives you an idea how big we are. It's when you're at Closers in Black, you're like, oh, I know we're big, but shit, this is big. right?
The energy is off the charts too.
Yeah, like you can how many can see the energy? Like when you can see it, like we take over Vancouver, just so you know, right? We have the border officer crossing border, and they would like they know me. They watch me on YouTube, just so you know, when I cross the border.
Sifu,
They
do you
know.
want to tell that story? How
Yeah,
that
tell
time
the story. It's so hilarious.
we're coming back. I'm the one driving, and
From Seattle
from
to back
Seattle,
to Vancouver. Yeah.
and Sifu and Jenny were sitting in the back. Windows are tinted, so they're kind of sitting back, and they asked me to roll the windows down. I hand the passports over to the officer, and he's looking at the passports. He's looking at me. He's trying to look into the back, and he goes, "Hey, you look like that guy that millionaire guy on Instagram." And then Sifu just replies with his voice. He goes, "Yeah, that's me." And he goes, "Oh, I recognize the voice. Oh, yeah, that is you." Right? And then after that, he lets Sifu pass.
Yeah.
Now,
No, he asked me a question. He said, "What's
oh, that's right. That's right. Go
What's
ahead,
your
you
number
tell.
one tip for quitting my job?"
That's right. And then his other officer was also standing there, and they're both listening in very intently.
That's hilarious. What's your number one tip for quitting my job at the border? It was hilarious. It's pretty funny.
The other one was at the airport as well too. We had another one where when we go through the Nexus line, right?
Nexus line, yeah,
The
at the
TSA
airport. At the airport,
pre-proof, yeah, pre-proof, and then he was like, "Oh, you're Dan Locke. I'm such a big fan."
yeah.
And then-
He was. I was watching a video in the morning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then I don't know what is it with the border guards. They're looking for.
No,
a
I'm
way to get
telling
out.
you, it's definitely like when you have so many students coming in, like all flying in, and all I'm attending this event. Who said bye? Like I think they got curious with the name, and then they started following us
Yes.
on social media, and they're actually incredibly nice. Like the border officers.
Yeah, they're very nice.
They're
They're
very
always
nice.
respectful. They're
Very
always
nice. They never gave me like it's like awesome. Like, oh yeah, no problem. Like it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But we definitely like because think about just having like thousands of XTC brothers and sisters walking around in a like tuxedo, black suit, dress, beautiful dress with high heels, right? Ladies like downtown. You know that's XTC. Everybody's like, what the hell? It's like some massive wedding. What the hell is this?
It's
people think
hilarious.
It's a big red carpet.
Oh, yeah,
event, right?
it's like-
You
it's crazy.
walk into any store, any bar, any restaurant. I'm like, oh, there's HTC people. I'm gonna go sit with them. You can sit with
Yeah.
anyone, any
You,
table.
you can go into any restaurants like that.
There they are.
Those 3 days. Yep.
Yeah.
You would see your brothers and sisters. They all.
And then Sifu, do you want to speak about the CIB effect?
Oh, that's right. The CIB effect.
The CIB
No,
effect.
let me go through this lesson, then I'll circle back to it.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So yeah, make sure you get your ticket. That this year is the only time that we have opened up to ACIB, to just HTC, all HTC students. Previous year, it was only for Inner Circle. Only Inner Circle could come. Even that, it's like it's crazy how big we are. It's the first year ever that we're opening it for HTC. Because Siva thought about it, that for some, they need to see it. They like for HTC students, I want to give them that privilege of experiencing the XCIB effect, what it's like when you see your brothers and sisters on the stage accepting the awards. We spent 2 hours just giving away awards. And you see one after another, after another, after another, after another, after another. That creates a whole different sense of belief within you. Now you're like, the first one, you're like, oh, okay, that's nice. The second one's like, yeah, maybe I can do that. And then by the 20th one, you're like, yeah, I can do that too. I want to be on stage next year. It changed your life. It really does. It changes your life. It's incredible. The energy, it's hard to describe. Like if you watch the video on Closes in Black, it gives you like a little glimpse. It's unlike anything that we've done. Just so you know, last year, Sifu spent over $1 million putting together the event. $1 million for the event. It's crazy. It's incredible. It's spectacle. It's entertaining. It's fun. It's transformational. It's educational. It's just powerful. And I love like that to me once a year. Yeah, it's great. I love the event. I really, really love. And I see so many of you at the event. Yeah, it's great. It's great to connect in person. I'm actually very much an event, like face-to-face kind of person. That's what Sifu likes to do. But because doing an event, it just requires so much logistics and effort that if we ever do it more often, the team would go crazy for sure. And so we do it once a year, our annual event that all our top closers get to come. And actually last year we did something special. We had a special round table. So we had all the award-winning closers. Actually, one evening we host a special round table. So we have 20, 30 of these tables. Then all the students could go and actually ask them questions to see what are some of the best practices. And you could go to different table and different topics. And you would listen to this person, they jump to the next person. That was super awesome. Like that was the first time we try that. And I know my students love it. So we bring that back this year. Incredible. So Closers in Black. And as a reminder that Inner Circle members, you get $500 off for your ticket. And if you're HTC, then it's $997, I believe the ticket is. So Closers in Black, make sure you get your ticket. And if you do, come to Vancouver. Now, January would be a little bit chill, a little bit cooler in Vancouver. So make sure you wear something warm. Hopefully it's not snowing. I really hope it's not snowing.
Yeah, but I mean, snowing on the mountains, right? So if people like winter sports, yeah, go up to the mountains, just go up to the mountains, enjoy the view. If it's something that you guys are coming from different parts of the world and you don't get to enjoy that. But Vancouver has a lot of indoor stuff to do as well.
Yes, if you stay, definitely, if you want to stay a few extra days, go to Grouse Mountain. You want to go to Whistler, do some skiing. We have some of the most beautiful ski mountains in the world in Vancouver. So I'll recommend that. I will recommend that. You will enjoy it. Right. So, and a lot of HTC students, they do that. Bring the family along. And if you want to organize ahead of time with your brothers and sisters, like some activities, that would be cool. That would be cool as well. So that would be funny. Then we take over the ski mountains.
That's right. All HTC and
all of us up there.
Yeah. Yes. And then we're closing the instructor working the ski hill. Hey man, you don't want to work. You should be closing, man.
Well, Sifu, then we'll get a lot of Aussies and Kiwis joining.
Oh, that would be hilarious. That would be hilarious.
So we have a lot of quick thing too.
Yes.
So with Vancouver being the snowboarding and skiing capital of the world, one of the main things, a lot of the hotels actually get booked extremely early. Like people are booking them like right now, like as we speak. So you want to make sure you want to get that done as soon as possible. Otherwise, you may not get it.
Keep in mind, there's actually a shortage of hotels in Vancouver. Vancouver has got some very, very nice hotels, but because of tourism, that it's actually in downtown, especially. There are not some hotels, but when we have that big of a group, it is an issue. Definitely, I'm certain the hotel that we're hosting the event won't be able to accommodate all the members that we have. So make sure when register a ticket, book your room early, because ideally you stay in the same hotel. Then when you go to the conference, it's easier, right? Versus you have to, walk in another 5-10 minutes or get an Uber, all of that. So that becomes a little bit inconvenient. So definitely do it early. It's a good reminder. Yeah, because last year we had some issues. Actually, we had like issues with, it's also that time of the season. But Vancouver is always busy. It's always busy. So that's Closers in Black.
Yep. And Sifu, on the note of the hotel rooms as well too, start early. There will be many of you that will probably room up with each other.
Yes, last year we didn't have Uber. This year we have Uber.
We have Uber now.
Fucking goddamn. Yes, finally we have that.
Lyft and Uber are starting.
Yes. So we have that. So yes, it would be way, way, way easier for you. Finally, it's good. It's very, very good. So we do have Uber. That's a good news. So think about this. The lesson is this. If you want to go to CIB, how many want to go to CIB? And you know you belong there. If you have not registered yet for CIB, the question is, why haven't you registered yet? And there's a big lesson I want to share with you. Not say you want to go, but have you registered? Have you booked? Good. Yes. Good. Perfect. So when I hear students, when they say, "Oh, yes, if I want to go to CIB, but yeah, I'll see how it goes, right? I'll see what would happen." And some of the reasons sometimes I hear is, well, you know, Sifu, I want to go when if I know maybe when we get a little bit closer to it, then I'll get the ticket. Or what are some of the other reasons? What are some of the other reasons? Or maybe I'll see if maybe money is an issue. The flight, the hotel. Yes, I want to make a sale first. Or I want to make sure maybe I have close enough to get an award, then I'll go. The most common I hear is, I'll close some sales, then I'll go to the event. When someone says, if I close some sales, then I'll go to an event, what are they really saying? That's right. What they're saying is, I don't believe in myself. You see how we are taught a whole life about the way we think and the way that we operate. Oh yeah, I'll see what happened, then I'll do that. I'll see what happened, then I'll do it, right? I'll make close a few sales first, then I'll join in a circle. I'll close a few sales first, then I'll join CIB. Most people fail because they expect to fail. They expect failure. They might not say it, but their action says it. The action says it. Because think about it. If you know, if your goal, put in the chat, if your goal is to win at least the six-figure closer award, if that's your goal, if you know for certain, you know with 100% certainty that you are going to win a six-figure closer award, you know that, what would you do differently? The law of expectation says you're never going to get more than what you expect out of life. And this has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with the event. It's about how you view and how you take action. It's not about CIB. It's about you. Because if you're afraid and you say, oh, I'm not going to register for the event, that means you already know I'm not going to make sales. That's what you're saying to yourself. And so if that's the expectation, then you're not going to make sales. Do you see the psychology, like how your lower self tricks you? How that prevents you? How that makes you procrastinate? And it is the exact same thing that's in holding you back for the past how many years. It's always the hesitation that holds you back. That's why you're not where you want to be financially. Because I can share with you what Steve would do if it was me. If I'm a student of me, what I would do. If I'm sitting in your seat right now, I'm in debt. Let's take me back. Let's say now I'm in my 20s. Let's say we can go back in time. That would be so awesome. That would be so awesome if that's the case. But imagine, go back in time. I'm in my early 20s. I'm 150K in debt. I'm investing in CC. Now I'm in class 8. And I offered this, like I now found my Sifu, finally someone who could teach me. I would kill to have that opportunity, right? Fortunately, I found Alan. But Alan, it's different. Alan I learned by observing. He actually didn't teach me directly. But if I have someone to teach me directly, holy fucking God. Like I would cherish that opportunity. If it was me, my mentality is, okay, I've learned my high income skill. I'm going to get my ticket to Closest in Black because I'm going to get the fucking award. I know I'm going to get that fucking award. No, let's see how it goes. Can you sit there? See how it goes versus I'm going to get the fucking award. Who's going to get the award? These two people. You see, that's just the attitude. Oh, I'll see what happens. You see what happens, you're not going to get the fucking award. I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen. Because you already expect not to get the award. Because I expect to get the award. So if I'm going to get the award, it means I need to make at least $10,000 a month, right? To hit that six figure. Okay. I'm going to get the ticket. I'm going to book the fucking flight. I'm going to book the hotel room, not a small room. Give me upgrade. Because now I'm making 10K a month. Now I'm in debt, 150K. Give me the nicer upgraded suite. Because I'm here to celebrate. I'm here to celebrate my award. Don't give me those cheap, small little room. And I ain't sharing with nobody. I want a big king bed. I'm going to get my ticket at least. If not first class, it's business class. Can't afford it. I'm here to win. I will book all of that while I'm in debt. Then I'm going to fucking close like you won't see it. Like no one's business. I'll glue that phone to my face. Because in my mind, I've won. It's happening. I don't need to see what happens. I'm going to fucking make it happen. In fact, I'll probably stay a few extra days because I want to see the town. I want to see Vancouver City. Maybe go skiing. Take a few days off. I might buy my Sifu a gift to show my appreciation. If he's giving me an award, I want to give him something. That's what I would do. The first time I met Big Dan, I gave him a frog. He still keeps. That's what I would do. That's the difference. And I would, when I walk on stage, when I accept the award from Sifu, I'll give him a big hug. I would say thank you. And I would say, Sifu, here's a gift for you. How else can I help? What more can I contribute? I'll take the award. I'll take the picture. I know Sifu will remember that. And I'm going to embrace that opportunity. And I will add value like no one else's business. I will be the number one fucking closer in the whole organization. And I will tell Sifu that. Brothers, sisters, love you. But there's only one number one. That's what I would do. I would add the most value, work the hardest, whatever it takes, the biggest contributor in terms of value, in terms of skill, solving problem for my Sifu. That's what I would do if there was a younger me. Not, well, let's see how it goes. Maybe that is the difference. Are you getting this? Like, Sifu is not being like, I'm not being harsh on you. I'm just telling you the difference in thinking. That's how I approach things. That's how I approach any opportunities. Maybe this is why I'm successful. I don't approach it like most people. See, imagine if you have that kind of confidence. You have that kind of certainty. You know you're going to get the award. What are you going to do? Not even maybe. It's like, I'm getting it. The award is mine. How would you make decision from there and not here right now? Yes, you will probably get the suit. You'll get the shoes. You'll put that in front of you. In your room, hang it. So when you're closing role playing, you look at that suit every day to remind you who you are as a closer. You don't say what you believe, you do what you believe. You don't say, well, I believe. What does your action say? You do what you believe. You don't say what you believe. I'll share another story with you. This is Sifu's collection. I got 3 of these. My Iron Man collection. And I bought them. They take up a lot of room. Now, they're really not for the house. They're really for a future. Well, now we're moving to the office. It probably won't even fit in the office. But it will fit into a museum that I have in my mind that I want to build. Emerald, you will wait. Well, let's make sure you get the space. Let's do the fucking measurement, how many it would fit, you know, all that shit. No. I get the things first, then I'll make it fucking fit. Not the other way around. Not the other way around. It's like when I set the goal to buy the Bentley, the first thing I bought was the Bentley frame, license frame. When I bought it, it arrived to my home. Jenny saw it, opened a package. She saw this Bentley frame. It's just like, who's this for? Well, it's for us. Okay. Well, but we don't have a Bentley. We're getting one. But when? Soon. We're getting one. You're crazy. Why can't you just get the Bentley first? Then you get the frame. How do you know it'll fit? It will fit. How do you know? It will fit. So when do you plan to get it? Soon. That's my response. And I could get it that moment, but I set a goal for myself that I want to hit certain milestone as a reward instead of just getting it. I already know I'm getting it. Jenny she hasn't seen it yet. And she knows. And every single fucking thing in my life, I promised her to do, I did. Except if I change my mind, I no longer wanted it. She knows. I put my mind to something, it's fucking happening. It's a question of when. I am a master of being able to manifest things, not the woo-foo-foo law of attraction stuff. I mean, I could set a goal and I'm going to get it done. Not maybe, hopefully I would. No, it's done. The world just doesn't know it yet. It's done in my mind already. It just takes time for the world to catch up to what I see in my vision. I'm already there. Everybody else is slow. I've seen in my mind so many times. It is the world that's catching up to my reality, not my reality. You getting this? This is profound what I'm sharing with you. I don't need people's approval. I don't need people's validation. I don't even need Jenny's validation. It's done. That's the difference. Imagine if you have even a fraction of that certainty and confidence. Just a fraction of it. How much further would you be in life? How much more successful you would be? So could you see it's not about CIB? It has nothing to do with CIB. Could be CIB, could be ABC, could be whatever. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with how, when you are facing something, when you need to make a decision, do you make the decision from where you are, coming from a place of lack, coming from a place of uncertainty, or do you make the decision from where you will be in the future and looking backwards? How do you make decisions? That's what this teaches you. That's what this teaches you. Characteristic number 5, environment over effort. Now, Siwoo has said this many, many times. Write this down. Environment over effort. We need to put effort into things, but we very much always underestimate and not paying enough attention to our environment. when we are actually heavily influenced by our environment. If all your friends smoke, guess what? Chances are you will smoke. Even if you don't like to smoke. Have you ever been in a situation where, like, maybe even a social setting, that maybe you don't want to have that drink, but everybody else is drinking around you, they're having a glass of wine or something, out of pressure, social pressure, they're like, all right, okay, I'll have that drink, even if you don't really want to have that drink. We are heavily influenced by our environment. Why do Sifu keep reminding you and teaching you and say, your environment is way more powerful than your willpower? Don't underestimate. The haters example, the posers, the fakers, the pretenders, the predators, the doubters around you, the world is against you. The world is actually not that nice. I have a more pessimistic view of the world, but also more realistic. The world doesn't want you to succeed. It would be way too optimistic to think, oh yeah, people want us to succeed. No, they don't want you to succeed. The people around you don't want you to succeed. Even your family and friends don't want you to succeed in most cases. Is the world where we think, oh yeah, they're supportive. No, they're not. Oh, my spouse is supportive. No, they're not. If they are, lucky you. Then you have no fucking excuse. But most cases, they're not. And they might say, oh yeah, I'm supportive of you. I'm supportive, honey. I'm supportive of you. Well, try to, when you see what happens when you miss that anniversary, when you miss that birthday, when you miss that recital, because you're fucking closing. Let's see how supportive they still are. The world is against you. Doesn't want you to succeed. And even though even after you're successful, they still don't like it. This is just Sifu is sharing with you from experience. And some, you're not okay with it. You're not okay. You cannot accept the fact, oh, how come? Like, I don't have the people around me, like, supporting me, and like, don't expect it. It's the world that we are in. It's like, oh, it's raining. Why does it rain? Because it's raining. And it's sad. And especially for ladies. I know this is difficult. Very difficult. Especially when you're doing it for your family. You're trying to provide them with a better future. You're trying to provide them with security. You're doing it for them, not for yourself. You don't actually, like, you put them ahead of their needs ahead of you. But yet they don't understand. And they don't appreciate. And they won't appreciate. They won't. And their skill, when you are even helping them, giving them money, helping them out, they're still skeptical. They still don't believe you. And when you help too much, then people say you're arrogant. You show off. That's how fucked up the world is. I'm telling you. You try to buy them dinner, take them to a nice place. Oh, you got all the money, just like, try to show off your money. The bragging, yes. It's never good. And you need to ask yourself, are you okay with that? Because if you expect, you hope you get that approval, expectations, or even affection from them, you'll be waiting a long time. You'll be waiting a long time. And most closest fail is because, as Sifu taught you before, they trust themselves too much. You trust your environment too much. And through the law of expectation, what I just taught you, you don't believe in yourself enough because you do what you believe. Now, we say you believe, you do what you believe. Don't believe in yourself, and then trust yourself too much. It's like this. Love to do cartoon. That's you after graduation. Your plan versus the reality. Your plan is, it's going to be like, we're going to be closing. It's going to be good. It's going to be like this. And it's fine. We'll play. Yeah. It's that fine, right? Yeah. Like, finish line. No, you get a finish line, but it's going to be more like this. You're going to hit the right. By the way, the reality, you are at the tip of that iceberg. Like, no, iceberg, like the tip of the cliff. That's where you are now. Class 8. Right after, you're gonna see this. You can hit that first stone. Because all your habits, lower self, right after graduation, it all fucking showed up. Don't role play as much. Procrastinate. Don't do the assignments. You hit that first rock. And some, that stops them right there. And you manage to go through that. You climb the first hill. You're like the first milestone. Getting the first few booms with a little bicycle. And you're like, holy fuck, what is this? A rope? I thought it's going to be smooth sailing. What is this? Cirque du Soleil? What the hell? I'm not trained to do this. I can't do B2B. I don't know how to do B2B. I don't know how to do outbound. Holy man. And then you fall again. And you manage to get to the third milestone, the flag. You're like, all right, holy shit, finally. Okay. Even in a circle, I'm learning. Okay, I know how to do outbound, inbound. All right, I'm getting confidence. I'm getting booms. Should be pretty good. And then you climb. What the fuck? What is this lick? What's this boat? I thought we were on a bicycle. I thought this is why is there a lick in a mountain? What is this? What the fuck? Right? And what's this little flimsy rope? What am I going to do? Climb? I'm a bicycle. I'm a biker. I'm not prepared for this. And there you go. And you finally, oh my goodness. You climb, and you get to that next milestone. You're like, okay, this is it. I know B2C. I know B2B. I know how to close. Right? I'm closing. I'm happy. things are happening, I'm earning money, things are good, right? And then now the self-sabotage, the lower self, the family stuff, the personal stuff, rainy day. Oh, why are you workaholic? You don't care about us anymore. All you care just work. And that is the toughest hill to climb. This is your plan? That's the reality. So when you have that expectations, when you adjust, however, the good news is if that is the reality and you adjust the expectations, okay, I know this is what's going to happen. I'm not going to be so naive and say the upper, that's the plan. No, that's not the reality. That's in my dream. It's not reality. If reality is like this, what do I need to do to prepare myself so I don't get my ass kicked? Okay, maybe I need some hiking boots. Maybe I need a swimming jacket, right? Maybe I need some gloves, right? I need some food, I need some water, whatever it is. Then when it actually happens, you're not going to be panicking. You're like, okay, I know that's going to happen. So Sifu is giving you kind of heads up what's going to happen around you. Okay. And things always get more negative as you are very close to the breakthrough. Your lower self's only job is to keep you staying where you're at. That's its only job. It's a survival mechanism. The pull is so strong. Any moment, it's always designed to pull you back to where you are. That's why most people don't have breakthrough in their income ceiling. They stay kind of making the same amount of money for many years. They might have a little bit of improvement. They stay exactly where they are. Or they make a little bit, they lose it. They make it, they lose it, they make it, they lose it. It's like this yo-yo effect. Never be able to break through it. And your lower self at the moment, we're probably another maybe 30 minutes. We'll wrap up the class. Your lower self is waiting, just so you know. It's waiting for you. Finally, it's done. Ooh, my goodness. 8 classes so intense. You need a break. You deserve a break, you know. It's okay. Nobody knows. You don't need to role play anymore. There's no assignment. You don't need to do assignment. You got it. Always waiting for you. 1000%. You don't know what you're gonna do. You don't know, there's no now, you're on your own. Sifu believes in myself. Again, I don't trust myself. I don't trust my environment. I don't trust my focus. I don't trust my drive. I don't trust my willpower. I don't trust my discipline. I don't want to push. I want my vision, the environment, pull me towards my goals. You like to push. You think you're a good pusher. I don't want to push. I want to be pulled. Always. Always. I don't know why people are so overly confident about their own environment and discipline. It's crazy. It's crazy. When I have a lot of discipline, a lot of focus, a lot of willpower, and I know that I do. I haven't met that many people that are as driven as me. I still don't fucking trust it. I don't know how people can trust themselves. I don't even trust my drive. And the others, oh yeah, they trust the drive. No, I want a surefire thing. I want to create an environment that pulls me towards, closer to my future. And the big five. Number one, the people around you. The people around you, your community. Number two, your surroundings. Steve was talking about the way you work, your office, your home office. Do you have wealth triggers around you? Your vision board. Then you have your routines every single week, the classes that we have, daily programming, your morning ritual, your creed, your millionaire programming, and then any kind of what I call life altering experience. That's the CIP effect. That's when 3 days could transform like you in a very profound way. This is why I go to events. This is why I do the morning ritual. This is why I have my routine. This is why I have my wealth triggers. That's why I belong to different groups. The people around me. I do all of these things because I don't trust myself. Well, Sifu, I need that much stuff around me to support my goal. You better believe it. Because for most, you've got none of these for fucking decades. You don't have the people around you that's supportive. You have no wealth triggers. You have no routines. You have no daily programming. How is that working for you so far? What has that gotten you? Real talk. It's like I hear people, well, I want to, I'm in charge of my life. Good. How's that fucking working? You've been in charge for the last how many years? How is that working? If you are a driver, you want to go to a destination. So maybe it's time to think about, maybe you're not so good at driving that car. That's a very real talk. I know it's tough love, but this is life. Not pleasant. Right? It's not pleasant. But you think about it, then you know, I want to be in charge. You have been in charge. The routines, or lack of routines, the surroundings, the people around you, your habits, your skills, you have been in charge. So maybe it's better, maybe it's a good idea to examine and say, I need to change my routine. I need to change my surroundings, the people around me. I need to program myself daily. I need to work on my skills. I need to give myself some life altering experience. Because whatever that you've been doing for all these years, is it serving you? And if not, what do we need to change? Drastically. Drastically, not even small change, drastically. Do things you've never done before. Do things you're uncomfortable with. Do things that makes you nervous. It's almost as if, look at everything you've done in the past and just shit can it, because none of that worked. One thing I learned from Alan many years ago, he said, if you could get there on your own, you would already be there. It was such a profound statement. If you could get there on your own, you would already be there. Because you have been making all those decisions. You have been in charge. And that from then on, I surrender. I'm like, you tell me what to do. Because whatever I was doing got me $150K in debt, 13 business failures, couldn't support my mom. I didn't know shit. My formula was a formula for disaster, for struggles, for poverty. When I had my first taste of, okay, tell me what to do. Tell me what I need to change. No victim, no opinions, no excuse. All right, never heard that before. Interesting, uncomfortable, but all right. I adapt that into my life. Then the people. You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Finances, happiness, relationships, physical health, mental health, spirituality, personal growth. So who are the 5 people you spend the most time with, including your parents, including your spouse, including your kids? The 5 who you spend time with. And look at the people, those 5 people around you. Do you admire them? Do you want a life that they have? Do you enjoy spending time with them? Do they support your dreams? Do they push you to be better? Or do they try to make you settle? Those are the pulls. Those are the negative force that pulls you down. I'm very aware. XTC, that's probably the most difficult thing you have to do. Not learning to close is actually pretty simple. You practice enough, role play, questions, understand the needs, you close. But look at the people around you, who you spend time with. And virtual counts. I'm just talking about who you spend most time with. Now, back then, when I had Alan, except I was working for him, the other time I could tell you, Sifu has no friends. I didn't spend time with nobody. I didn't have a community like this. All my friends were fucking losers. Didn't want to spend time with them. So I spend time with it's all learning. Books, cassette tapes, great thinkers in the world. Back then, remember, I was listening to Brian Tracy. Now it's incredible to think back then one of the pioneer of sales. How many know Brian Tracy? We've been teaching sales for so many years, right? From Brian to back then when I was in my 1-bedroom apartment with the cassette tapes, listening to Brian's tapes. And now him endorsing XTC, endorsing me as one of the best in the world in sales. Life is incredibly powerful. From where I was to now. It started with that. So I no one to hang out with. So I didn't hang out with anybody. I just worked. Didn't chill. Didn't hang. No. For many years. Pretty much the first 4 or 5 years. That was it. But I think I turned out okay. Turns out that kind of works. I'd rather not spending time with negative people than I have to spend time with like people who are, oh, I got to spend time with somebody. No. I'd rather not spend time with anybody. Because it drags me down. Toxic. And then wealth triggers. Wealth triggers. So in the office, I have a number of wealth triggers. In the new office, I have a number of wealth triggers that I'm planning to have. That one little, the on the left side, you see that's actually a gift from one of a group from our students. It's a gift. You can see the golden money, a wealth trigger. And on the right side, you don't see it. That's actually a mirror, a Versace mirror that I have. Reminds me when I talk to smile. And then the back, that's a great wealth trigger that I love. You can see it's the Walt Disney. That's actually the minute from signed by Walt Disney, the minute that they had to finally confirm, to formalize the incorporation of the Disney company. That's where Disney started. So I had that. I bought that actually from Disney. That should belong to a museum, but I'm happy I have it. So I see it. At the bottom, that photo, it's blurry, but it says, all starts with a mouse. That's what I like, a wealth trigger for me, because I like it inspires me when I see that. That a person, one man, started this global media empire, and started off with that. So I love that. I love that. That's a great piece that I have, a great wealth trigger. Not everything has to be that expensive, but what Steve was saying is you got to kind of find what works for you, right? What is your wealth trigger? It could be money in your wallet. It could be your vision board. It could be what you wear. I like what you wear because items you can touch, it stimulates a different part of your brain, right? The physical senses. I like that. Not just visually, but physically. So something that you wear, if you wear the suit, nice. You feel better, your clothes better. Like that's great. Photos of people that inspire you, great quotes that empower you, great posts on your wall, display items, whatever that you feel that works for you. You got to find what works for you, right? You don't have to do what Sifu does, but that's what works for me. There's certain things in my environment that motivates me, right? Sifu, would you have used small things from the past to remind you to be humble where you started? Yes, I have that in my office, in my home office. I have a number of items. I have my family picture. I have an artifact that I have, which is great. And I have of course, I have my Ford Escort, the first car that I had, that I bought for $2,500 back then. That reminds me of where I came from. So in fact, Desmond helped me buy that. He found it for me. He bought it for a few $100s and helped me fix it because when we bought it, the fucking car doesn't work. So he had to fix it so that at least it runs. So those,
I gotta give kudos to Vikas as well. There was a tag team on that day.
Yeah,
it was an interesting story how Vikas and I found it, And then actually Vikas was the one who originally found it. And then after that, we tag teamed to get it and acquire it. But it was dangerous trying to get it to the shop.
Yeah, it was. It just the fucking thing doesn't work.
There's
Yeah.
no brakes.
No brakes.
No
It's
brakes.
it's crazy. But we have that car, so that's great. So like you got to find what works for you. You got to find what works for you. And there are some items, if you don't know yet, the Danlock shop, Sifu has a number of these wealth triggers. Closer head, the 10 closers commandments, that's a beautiful piece with our 10 key lessons from XTC. Or the XTC shirt, eat, sleep, XTC, and repeat. So find something that works for you. It doesn't have to be from the shop, but if you find something that you like, you could wear those. I do see sometimes XTC students when they wear that shirt, you can see it from the video, their clothing, they like to wear. They don't want to wear just any shirt. They want to wear the XTC shirt. To them, that's kind of like the cape.
Sifu, actually, the commandments. Someone was telling me the other day, a closer. You remember years ago, I had a magazine with your picture on it. I used to put it on my desk, right?
Oh, yes.
And then
yes.
whenever, if I'm slacking off, maybe checking some social
Watching
media.
you. Yeah, that's right.
Right? You're always watching me, right? I always say that. So I'm like, oh shit, Sifu's looking at me. Then, it makes you go back to work. Now, obviously I do that fondly, right? I'm not trying to do it in a weird way. There's no weird kind of stalker weirdness there. But the 10 Commandments, I honestly think it's huge. It's actually big. It's a nice poster. It's, you put it on the wall, you frame it, and that becomes literally like if Sifu's right there, you just look over, like, oh shit, better get back to work. I haven't hit my 6 figures, got to get back to work.
Mm-hmm. And if you can also print out the whole 6-figure award, put it on your vision board. That may be your wealth trigger, but find something that works for you, right? And you have like at the office, I have probably just in my office, I have like a dozen wealth triggers, a dozen. So that's pretty cool. I just bought a new one. I don't know if I'll put it in the office, but I bought one from Vegas. That's pretty cool. I have the Mike Tyson glove, right? With he signed FU money. Well, this is like a giant glove, huge, like big, gigantic glove, and signed by Mike Tyson. Only one in the world, because he doesn't sign these things. Because he doesn't like to sign big gloves. He hates big gloves for some reason. He doesn't like big gloves, and he doesn't like to sign stuff that's like long. And because he's illiterate, he doesn't want people to know he can't spell. So anyway, this wealth trigger is Mike Tyson signed, but here's the quote he put on it. Everyone's got a plan until they got punched in the mouth. The famous quote. Well, he wrote that on the big, massive glove. Right? I thought that's a good wealth trigger. I like that. So that's pretty interesting. So whatever works for you, like it doesn't have to be stuff from famous people, whatever it might be. Just whatever works. I like interesting things like that. Right? That reminds me. Yeah, plan, man, plan, God laughs. I like that reminder for myself. Characteristic number 6, the last one, and that is urgency over patience. Urgency over patience. So, he's going to paint a picture right now. Take a deep breath. So I want you to imagine a scenario right now. In fact, if you could close your eyes for me, if you could. If you're driving, keep your eyes open. If you're at home, close your eyes just for one quick second. Okay. I want you to imagine for a second that a vicious criminal has just kidnapped the person you care the most in the world. The person you care the most in the world. This is vicious criminal just kidnapped this person. Could be your kid, could be your parent, could be your spouse, could be your pet. And this vicious criminal is saying to you, well, I need money. You don't close $10,000 in a month. In the next 30 days, I'm going to kill this person. I'm going to pull the trigger. He's saying he's going to pull the trigger and kill the person you care the most. Now the question is, open your eyes. Do you think you could come up with the $10,000? Do you think you have the urgency? Do you think you will procrastinate anymore? So you wouldn't procrastinate if this actually happens. So why don't we have that kind of urgency now? You completely, absolutely have the ability to do it. Yet we don't do it because we don't have the urgency. Not that you can't, but you won't. Because if anybody, when I tell you this, do you have any problem getting 5 rejections on a call? So why can't we live this way? What if you live this way? Not under fear all the time, but with that kind of urgency. And urgency is not needy. Urgency meaning you get shit done. Urgency meaning you don't wait. You want to do everything you could to get good. Not begging, not pleading, not please hire me. That's just needy. That's external. Urgency is internal. Does that make sense? Don't misunderstand. Urgency is internal. Desperation is external. You project that to the prospects. Urgency is you would do 12 calls without stopping. And then you jump on Discord and role play. That's urgency. Oh, but Steven, isn't that a little bit graphical? Isn't that a little bit extreme? It's not going to happen. Like no vicious criminal is going to kidnap the person I care the most and then force me to close and make this money in 30 days. It's not going to happen. I mean, it's a little bit extreme. Like, see, the example seems a little bit extreme. Is that so? Because when your family needs you, when your kids need you, when your loved ones need you, and you can't provide. Not that you don't want to, you can't. When your family needs medical help and you can't do it, not that you don't want it, you just can't. You can't write that check. And as a result, they die. Is that much different? Is that really that much different? Someone pointing a gun to their heads and you're completely helpless? Then who is the one that pulls the trigger? It may not be you directly, but you certainly didn't do everything you possibly could to prevent that. So why do we have to wait till it's so last minute when we feel so hopeless and helpless? Why couldn't we prevent that? Why couldn't we pay the price now so we don't have to suffer? That when we know they need help, that we have the resources and the financial means to help. It may not completely cure them, but could it ease the pain Could it prolong their health? Could it extend their life? Just think about it. Please just think about it. Do we really have to wait till tragedy happens? Then we say, oh, I wish, I hope. Why don't we do something about it? Now. Have that urgency now. And keep that urgency. So when they need help, you are there. Not only you are there for them physically, but you could provide the means necessary. Not only can provide the means necessary, you provide the means necessary without even feeling a struggle. So it's not a struggle for you to help. You can write that check. Okay, you need 10,000. Here's 10,000. Nothing would hurt you more emotionally when this kind of stuff happens to your family, when they do need help, especially medical help, and you are not able to help. And they die in front of you. I want you to picture that. I seriously want you to picture that. Could be your mom, could be your dad, could be your spouse, could be your kid. And don't think it won't happen. Don't think it only happens to other people. You don't know. Because you were too lazy to develop your skills. Because you lack urgency to develop your skills. Because you procrastinate. Because you didn't make the right decision. You didn't make a tough choice. You went with the easy path. It's because that decision you made or you didn't make. And now you're here, full of regrets. Now what? And you wish this is just a dream, is a nightmare. You'll wake up from it. No, it's a reality. And sometimes, unfortunately, it takes something for that to happen to ignite the urgency within you. But then by that time, it's too late. That person is no longer here. So Sifu's wish for you is don't wait. I hope it doesn't happen to you. I hope it never happens to you. But I also hope that you're prepared. Because bad things happen to good people all the time. All the time. Out of nowhere. Always very sudden. So you think you have a lot of time? You think, oh, I got 3 years to figure this out. I got 5 years to figure this out. You don't know when that happens. And I hope it never happens. What I really hope is when if it not when it happens, you're prepared. Would you still say someday or later or maybe? Would you move at the pace that you've been moving right now? Would you even have time to listen to your lower self? even pay attention to it. Do you think the lower self still has power over you when you have that kind of urgency? Isn't that fascinating? When you have urgency, you have clarity. All these things that used to stop you, prevent you, bother you, slow you down, they no longer have the power over you. When you have priorities in front of you, all these things, suddenly you do what it takes, you do what is necessary, you do the hard stuff, doesn't bother you. That's the urgency I had, and I still have. Because I said to myself, when I saw my mom crying when my dad went bankrupt, and I felt so hopeless, not health, but I felt so hopeless, so helpless as a son that I couldn't provide for my mom. I remember my mom's facial expression. I said to myself, never fucking again I want to see that look on my mom's face. I don't care whatever the fuck it takes. I don't want to see that look on my mom's face ever. From then on, my urgency, unbelievable amount of urgency. Chill, hang, I don't have fucking time. I work 12, 14 hours a day. I would have worked longer, but I crash many nights on my desk. I didn't know I fell asleep. I just exhaustion, crash right on the desk. I waking up on the desk. Many, many, many nights. Working, studying, reading, just nonstop. Get in the morning, again, all over. That's urgency. You got none. You don't have enough urgency. So the question is, how can you create that sense of urgency before something happens? It's something that you create. I hope it's not something that happens to you. I hope it's something that you actually create. Because when it happens to you, it's very, very sad. And usually it's too late. And how can you maintain that sense of urgency even after you are successful? And that's the tough one. Even if you can't create it before, it's even harder to maintain it afterwards, because now you're good. But good is the enemy of great. Now what drives you changes. It's no longer survival. It's no longer security, right? Now you are shifting from success to significance. Don't make it about yourself, like I said. Then you can maintain that urgency. You make it about yourself, holy shit, you lose that drive real quick. You got that house, you got a couple car, you got some money in the bank, you're lazy. Easy to fall back into, oh, you're cool. Easy. Rita is asking, what if your mom or dad cannot wait until you succeed? It's possible. But they still want you to succeed. They still want you to succeed. No parents would want to see the kids fail. So maybe they will see it, maybe they won't see it, but they still will want that for you. They will want that for you. You will want that for yourself. So from now on, when you see I can't afford it, when you have that limitation thinking, think in terms of commissions, not money. How many sales I need to make in order to make X? How many sales do I need to make in order to have that emergency fund, that cash, that if something happens, that I'm able to help my family? Skills. Robert is asking, Sifu, should we use a fear-based questions to keep this sense of urgency in the beginning? I would suggest yes. Because most people, a negative motivation is a stronger motivation for most. Most people would do more to avoid pain than to gain pleasure. It's one thing to say, oh, it'd be nice, you know, you make 10,000, you can go on the vacation, or you don't make 10,000, you can provide a medical help to your family. Most people are like, I'll do whatever the fuck it takes. So for most, I would say a negative motivator is a more powerful motivator. But once you are stable, once you have attained security, you could change. Now, maybe use more a positive motivator because you're already beyond security. You're beyond survival. Then your motive will change. I did multiple times. Exactly. From survival to security, success to significance. So I am much more a big proponent of negative preparation. Not just positive thinking. I'm not going into, if I'm going into the competition with someone, I am not thinking, oh yeah, it's going to be good. I'm going to win. It's going to be easy fight. No. This is going to be a mean motherfucker. It's going to knock my teeth out. I better be ready. I better know his moves. I better be faster and stronger. That's negative preparation, not positive thinking. There's nothing positive about it. Same thing with closing. You go in every single call, oh, it's going to be an easy call. It's great. It's going to be so smooth, right? No. It's going to be a tough call. And I want to be well trained. Only when I practice so long, I'm so well trained, I go into it and I keep winning and 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 closing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. Now you know what? Okay, I'm pretty fucking good. See, how does that work with negative thinking, law of attraction? This is why the law of attraction, what you focus on expands. The urgency I'm talking about is you using it as a fuel for action. That's your fuel for taking action, doing the tough stuff. And this is why I like the law of expectations way more. I utilize the law of attraction, but law of attraction is thinking. This is why people watch The Secret. They're still broke because they think I'll think it. and then things will fall in my lap. I do it. I don't just think about it. I think about it, I plan it, and I fucking do it. Action. Motion beats meditation. Motion beats meditation. You don't meditate your way to wealth. Action, value. So I like to do, and that reflects my thinking. Right? These are some good questions. Would actively visualizing the negative situation to be a good way to keep that urgency going? We just did it a few minutes ago. If that's enough to make that shift for you internally, you don't need to do it all the time because you'll get depressed, right? It affects your emotion. But from time to time, when you see yourself, like back then, whenever I felt tired, whenever I felt, oh my, this is hard work, I just picture my mom's face, I get back to work. Takes a second. Picture my mom's, I close my eyes, I picture my mom's face. Tears coming down her cheek. She looks like completely helpless. Like her soul, like ripped out of her heart. Like I remember that look. I close my eyes, it's there. I use that to motivate myself. Whatever it takes. Yeah, nothing bothers me. Open the yellow pages, I call. Didn't know how to call. Didn't have no skills. I open the yellow pages, I call. Who cares? Compared to my mom, getting some no, getting some rejections from business owner, who gives a fuck? Nothing. It's like it doesn't bother me. So my entire life is all about figuring out exactly what I want, the price I have to pay to get that, and I get busy paying that price. How do you know you've paid enough? How do you know when you've paid enough? That's right. When you get it. So on one hand, it's very interesting, and don't feel that this contradicts. On one hand, we need wealth triggers, all the things that we've been teaching you. That's for your prosperity consciousness. That's for infusing your environment with wealth, with prosperity feelings. But when it comes to procrastination, I think most of us, we need that kick in the butt. We need that reality check from time to time. Because human beings, we're naturally lazy. We're naturally complacent. We are creatures of habits. We don't like to change. When something's kind of comfortable, we don't like to move around. We don't need to do too much. Like you're sitting down, seat right now. You don't move until you feel uncomfortable. Only while your back hurts, your butt hurts a bit. It's like, oh, I've been sitting too long. Then you want to move around. But for most people, they sit down, they don't move. That's how we are wired. Say with me. Poor people do what is easy. That's why their life is hard. And rich people do what is hard. That's why their life is easy. Here's a question. Sifu, early in class, you mentioned about plan and reality, mainly with Sapphire. It's not just Sapphire. I'm teasing Sapphire. It's for everybody. How can we alter that thinking of accomplishing our goal? Easy. Expect it to be tougher than you think. Expect it's going to be uphill battle. Expect that it's going, just like I just used the example. Don't go into the ring expect the opponent to be weak. expect the opponent's going to be strong. Expect the opponent's going to be faster, quicker, stronger than you. Then what do? Then you train in the dojo according to that. Don't train in the dojo, expect the opponent is going to be weak, slower than you. Then you train. Then if actually in reality it happens, oh, they are actually a little bit weaker than you thought, great. You win by easy. Easy. Rich people say today, poor people say someday. Rich people say today. Poor people say someday. Someday I'll take that vacation. Someday I will exercise. Someday I will visit my family. Someday I will quit smoking. Someday I'll stop doing drugs. Someday I will close that sale. Someday I will get that business account. Someday I'll join a circle. Someday I'll do whatever. Someday I'll close that sale. Let me ask you this question. I want you to look at your calendar, maybe on your phone. If someone was to book an appointment with you for some day, which day you would put in? There are Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Thursday, right? All the 7 days to Sunday. Which one, if someone was to book a time with you and say someday, where is it? It doesn't fucking exist. It is a lie. It's an illusion. It's a lie that we tell ourselves to make us feel better. It means never. It doesn't exist. It is a fucking lie that we tell ourselves to make us feel better that we don't do something. So either it's today or a specific day or never. Don't lie. Just say, I'm not going to do it. So lower self loves to use something to fuck you up because it often makes you look noble on the outside, because that excuses you'll make for putting off the dreams and goals say you're not ready. So someday I'll go, I'll travel there. Someday I'll buy that book, or someday I'll do that. Pay attention to people who use someday in that language. Look at their life. Yeah, someday I'll do it, man. Someday we'll hang out, man. Someday. Look at their life. How's their life? So see who wants to take one last couple slides to share with you to remind you why XGC should be your vehicle. Would it be helpful to see who reminds you why this is a powerful skill? Number one, it doesn't require years in classroom while not earning money. This is not university. This is not 4 years in school and hopefully you get a piece of paper and hopefully you get a job making 30, 40K, 50K a year. You can earn your way to wealth, meaning you can earn while you learn. You could be closing sales while you're developing your skill set. May not closing at the percentage that you want yet. May not be closing the ratio that you want yet, but is that okay? Are you still winning? Are you still earning? Are you still getting better? Don't need to wait 4 years to figure it out. Number two, you can make a lot of money quickly if you're coachable. You can make money without money. Remember, it doesn't take money to make money. It takes skill to make money. Unlike most businesses. If you were to open it, how many of you ever had any retail experience? Manufacturing experience? Does it cost money? Yeah, a lot of money. And you won't see a dime in return for a long time. How long does it take you to get back the money you've invested? If you would open up a restaurant, not even see a profit. I'm just talking about the money you've invested. Very, very capital intensive. You could become a millionaire potentially by leading a team. Siva has already shared a path with you. The numbers. That is the path. While helping others. With very little overhead. Number 5, location freedom. You don't need an office, employees, overhead, building, franchise fee, permit, or license, use of your credit. Number 6, there's no income ceiling. Your income is not limited by salary, a floor space like a retail shop, location, inventory, number of employees, or your available capital. Who likes the idea of having no ceiling to your income? Put in the chat. And the more skillful you are, the more you earn. Number 7, proven model. It's already been done by thousands before you in more than 150 plus countries. You already see that, don't you? Every single day, you see the booms, the success stories in HTC. Every day you log in, every day that you see it. Is that a proven model? Yes or no? It's a proven model. Number 8, step-by-step systems, training, ongoing support, like I see, are available for you for a very small investment with a proven track record, with hundreds and hundreds of success stories for those who embrace this opportunity. Number 9, you have complete control over your time, right? That means you can choose to work when you want, where you want, as much as you want, or as little as you want. You want to close 4 days a week? You could. You want to close 5 days? You could. You want to close 3 days? You could. It depends on how you want to open up your calendar. Also, it depends on if you want to be a striker or you want to be a marksman. If you want to be a striker, that's even a totally different story because you're building the pipeline, you're nurturing the leads. You have more control over your time. And you have a community walking the same path to success. That's probably one of the most important components, I think, within our family. Within our family, being able to do that having that support. I so wish I had that support when I was getting started. So I knew how lonely I was, how difficult it was. Like it was very, very hard. And I don't wish that on anybody. So Siva's created a community for you to get the support that you need. Because it's difficult. It was a very difficult time. And it's a blue ocean with ever-growing demand that won't be replaced by AI. If you are learning a high-income skill, do you want to learn a high-income skill and then 1 year later that's being replaced by robot? Do you think it's still a good idea to be an Uber driver? It's a low-income skill, but nevertheless, it's a skill set. Mid of time. All the Uber drivers, they're going to be replaced. The self-driving cars, that's going to be it. Requires no drivers. So if we're going to learn a skill, we want a skill that pays the bills for the rest of your life. We want something that is recession-proof. It is so critical to have something that's recession-proof. Because if your income is not recession-proof, your skill is not recession-proof, when that happens, you will lose that skill set is useless. It affects the stability of your income. In fact, you want things that are just like closing, that when times are bad, it's good for us. It's good for us. You treat HTC like a hobby, it pays you like a hobby. You treat HTC like a profession, it pays you like a profession. You treat HTC like a way of life. It's who you are. It pays you beyond your imagination. You treat it like a hobby, part-time thing. I'll try it out, see how it goes. Yep, that's exactly how it would treat you back. You treat it like a profession. You take it seriously. It would pay you like a full-time profession. But when you treat it like a way of life, this is who you are. You live and breathe this skill. He'll pay you beyond imagination. You cannot imagine how much this skill set would enrich your life. Not because Sifu is so special, no, because you learn this skill. It's you are giving yourself this opportunity. Beyond what you could imagine. We see this again and again within the HTC family. For someone making minimum wage to now making more money in a week than they what used to earn in a year. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible to see that. They could never, not in the wildest imaginations. Have you seen those stories? Where they came from to where they are now. So don't try to do closing. Be a closer. Be every cell in your body closer. Sifu is a closer. I'm always closing. I'm teaching, I'm closing. I'm writing, I'm closing. All the time. All the time. Speaking, I'm closing. All the time. I don't know how to do it any otherwise. So the secret to being a high ticket closer is to focus all your energy, not fighting the old, but on building the new. How many of you are fighting the old? Don't fight the old. Build the new. Why fight? Build the new to replace the old. Then the old is gone. When you fight with the old, you're still fighting your old self-image, your past identity. It's not our motto is not to get rid of the old self, is to build a better version of you. Build a better version of yourself, become a better version of yourself, right? So for those who are continuing your mentorship with Sifu and Team Danlock, we will see you on the inside. And if you have any other questions, by the way, after class, your IC brother and sister, I'm sure they will be on Discord to answer any questions you might have about IC. Vikas, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So over in this side, you'll see a few rooms that are open. We're going to have some of our IC brothers and sisters that are going to be there that are able to help you, give you a step-by-step guide and give you their scoop and their insight on what they've experienced and how IC has helped them grow and reach the next level.
This is Sifu's last invitation. The choice is in your hand. This week, Sifu will not be giving you any homework assignment because I believe you already know what to do. You know what not to do. What homework do you need to give yourself if you have that kind of urgency? What actions must you take, and what price do you have to pay to get what you want? And before I go, I will have maybe Desmond to share any last kind of final advice for the graduates.
Thank you so much, Sifu. It's been an honor to study along with each and every one of you. I know that through Sifu allowing me to share my stories, I hope that perhaps I've shown you what is possible. Most certainly, I'm not perfect. Sifu keeps teaching me new lessons every single day. That's with me being with Sifu for so many years, through the ups, the downs, the tough times, and I can tell you they have not been always great times. There have been many hard love times. So why I tell you that is because the reason is because he continues to believe in me. I continue to trust him. And I certainly hope that each and every one of you can do that as well for yourselves. I don't know what your future is going to hold. Only you can determine that. I can tell you though, if you did it by yourself, it's going to be a lot more lonely of a journey than if you do it together with a family and you do it together with a mentor, a Sifu who actually cares about you. And as this organization gets bigger and bigger, he's not going to be there to handhold or give you that one-on-one attention. But I can tell you that by being close and proximity-wise, it has definitely made a massive impact on my life. It comes down to choice. Everyone chooses how much they want to participate. And I know that he gives back to those who choose to participate, like all of you have done already so far. So I look forward to enjoying many more stories of success with each and every one of you. Many times I have the honor and privilege to also meet you in person when we meet at CIB. And certainly when we do meet at that time, I look forward to celebrating with you, seeing you on stage, giving you a high five, shaking your hand, and congratulating you at that point. Till then, you're closer than you think. From Desmond Soon.
And Sifu looks forward to seeing you at Closest and Black, and especially when you walk across the stage, and through your effort, through your skill sets, through your determination, your tenacity, and proudly walk across the stage and accepts the award. It's a representation of what you've done, not for the award, but who you've become during the process. So I just want to say, I love you. I believe in you. And you believe in yourself. That's the most important thing. And if you don't believe in yourself, just borrow my belief. Trust the process. Lean on the family. And yes, you are much, much closer than you think.